Chapter 1265. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood-red flame vanished. Feng Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man, as before, is only useful on the human body. I cannot use man as before after transforming into other life forms. This is very inconvenient, and man, as before, has a huge limitation. Thankfully, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. Feng Yuan sighed internally. He activated another immortal killer move. Enslavement and strength path, myriad self method. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Large numbers of Feng Yuan, numbering in the tens of thousands, gathered into a huge crowd as they charged towards Ying Wuxia and the rest. How can this be? How did he recover so quickly? Has he already gotten rid of the flesh-blood fire? He Lulan was extremely shocked. Feng Yuan's counterattack was too fast. It was still so powerful. He Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. He Lulan knew that Feng Yuan had man as before immortal Gu. But man as before immortal Gu had a strict time requirement. Even Feng Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed, because after he was hit, he first had to discover his state. Then he had to stop his transformation. He might be hesitant during this period. Only then would he activate man as before. Activating this immortal Gu itself also took time. With this, He Lulan put herself in his shoes. If it were her, she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh-blood fire. Feng Yuan did not know the details of He Lulan and by Ningbing. He Lulan also did not know that Feng Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Feng Yuan to sense his condition 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Feng Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. All in all, He Lulan paid a heavy price, but it brought little negative influence to Feng Yuan. She had expended a lot of red date immortal essence, but Feng Yuan had a huge family business and was doing well financially. He did not care about this bit of money. Immortal killer move, soul howl. Ying Wuxia opened his mouth and roared. Countless Feng Yuan phantoms around him exploded. Immortal killer move, thorny forest. Shernu stamped his right foot on the ground, and countless earth spikes rose from the ground, completely piercing through the thousands of Feng Yuan shadows. Then Shernu let out a light shout, and the earth spikes shot up into the sky. A large number of myriad selves in the sky were also instantly cleared out. This move was extremely effective. It contained the second variation, causing Feng Yuan's myriad self-army to almost collapse. Earth Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Shernu could be said to be the cornerstone of this battle. Without his contribution in defense, how could Ying Wuxia and the rest last until now? You're next. Feng Yuan transformed back into his sword W-Iron form and laughed malevolently in his heart. Roar! At this moment, the tiger-like Nian roared and suddenly retreated. This ancient year beast had been summoned by Feng Yuan, and although it had been fighting all this time, the ancient year beast had not been able to escape. But Ying Wuxia's side was on guard, its attack was not effective, and it suffered many injuries instead. The tiger-like Nian was not loyal to Feng Yuan. This could not compare to Ying Wuxia's soul beast-summoning killer move. Its injuries were severe to a certain extent. It immediately ran away, piercing through space and returning to the river of time. But it did not matter. Immortal killer move, year beast summoning. Feng Yuan activated this killer move again. This time, he summoned a sheep-shaped ancient year beast. Even though year beast summoning could only summon 1 year beast each time, but there were many year beasts in the river of time, and this one ran away. He just had to summon another one. The sheep-shaped ancient year beast charged towards Ying Wuxia and the rest. Shernu roared, and his body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant that was no smaller than the year beast. He stood firmly and counterattacked. Using an ingenious combat technique, he threw the year beast to the ground. There was a loud rumble. The ancient sheep-shaped year beast fell to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to shake intensely. The sheep-shaped year beast quickly got up and furiously stabbed its horns at Shernu. While dodging, Shernu grabbed the curved horns with both hands. The two giant creatures were entangled. It was hard to determine the victor. On Feng Yuan's side, the sword light, dragon breath's frequency and quantity had fallen by a lot. He felt waves of burning pain in his throat. His throat was about to emit smoke. Sword light dragon breath was the ancient sword dragon's strongest method. A true ancient sword dragon could only breathe 20 to 30 times in a row. But Feng Yuan had breathed hundreds or even thousands of times, finally reaching the limit of his body. If he continued, his throat would be damaged, and the sword light dragon breath's power would be greatly reduced. By now, the previous Tiger Year beast had already retreated with heavy injuries, while Feng Yuan was showing some signs of fatigue. He had already become a rank 7 Gu Immortal and had red date immortal essence. His battle strength had risen to the upper tier among rank 7s, but the enemies he was facing were not to be underestimated. Hei Lulan was a formidable woman. She had the great strength true martial physique and had annexed a strength path blessed land in Jade Pot Mountain. Her Dao marks had increased by a lot. At the same time, she had inherited blazing heaven demonist true inheritance. She had a body full of immortal Gu. Her battle strength was outstanding. Bai Ningbing had the northern dark ice soul physique. She had turned into a mysterious dragon man. She had Bai Xiang grotto heaven and inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. There was no need to mentioning Wu Xia. He was one of Spectral Soul's main split souls. He had once had the 11th extreme physique, the last hope of Shadow Sect. His soul path attainment was extremely shocking. His attainment level of each path was unknown, but it should not be low. At least it was in terms of luck path. Shernu was a rockman from the variant human race. This race had abundant earth path Dao marks. Together with Shernu's main earth path, they complemented each other. The weakest was Tai by Yunsheng, but even so, this old man was becoming more resolute with age. He primarily cultivated time path, but also perfectly cultivated cloud path. He had an immortal Gu in his possession, and the defensive power of Cloud Ring Killer Move's killer move was also very impressive. Although most of these 5 had rank 6 cultivation level, they were about the same as Feng Yuan when he was rank 6. Their battle strength was extraordinary. They were all at rank 7 level. Now that they worked together, they were all elites, they had excellent temperaments, they cooperated with each other, they also had the support of Shadow Sect's remaining resources, and most importantly, they had endless methods. They were definitely stronger and harder to deal with than Yi Lui Kun Xing battles between Gu immortals could not be rushed. Because there were many types of immortal Gu, there were countless immortal killer moves. Some were mystical, some were bold and unconstrained, some were domineering, and some were sinister and mysterious. Feng Yuan fought 1 against 5. He had the upper hand. Ing Wuxia and the rest were busy dealing with him. They could not turn the situation around. Damn it! He has not used that move even now. Ing Wuxia thought as green immortal zombie blood flowed out of his nose. Ing Wuxia wiped it off with the back of his hand, but soon green immortal zombie blood flowed out again. Damn it! I have used immortal killer moves repeatedly. I have suffered backlash in this regional wall. Even my immortal zombie body is unable to endure it. I am already in this state. The others are in an even worse state. Ing Wuxia looked at his companions. They were all pale. They were in a terrible state. Feng Yuan was not restricted here, but they were not. Not only did they have to stabilize their bodies and resist the repulsion and attraction force of the regional wall, they also had to fight against Feng Yuan. They had to use immortal killer moves frequently. The damage to their immortal apertures was unbearable. We have Shadow Sect's remaining resources. It is normal for our battle strength to rise. Feng Yuan's battle strength has also risen so quickly. This speed of improvement is simply unheard of. The 5 of us together are not his match. The more Ing Wuxia thought, the more he was wary of Feng Yuan. In the depths of this wariness, there was even a trace of fear. That's right, fear. Ying Wuxia started to feel fear. He had to admit that Fang Yuan was strong, but he was even more fearful of Fang Yuan's growth speed. Bai Xiang, activate. Bai Ningbing, who had been preparing her killer move, suddenly called out as a towering aura rose from her body. Ying Wuxia was immediately overjoyed. He looked at Bai Ningbing. You finally succeeded. Bai Ningbing's appearance had changed greatly. She had completely changed her appearance. In the blink of an eye, she had turned into a 5-meter tall giant. She was dressed in ice armor. She had 3 heads and 6 arms. Her feet were bare. Frost energy was flowing around her. It was as if she was wearing an immortal's robe. She was standing on 2 frost clouds that emitted a faint blue aura. Immortal killer move by Xiang. Fang Yuan, come and fight. Bai Ningbing called out as her speed burst out. She was like a white rainbow that tore through the sky. She had actually changed her defensive stance. She had taken the initiative to attack. Old grudges and new grudges, I will settle them today. Fang Yuan's dragon pupil shrunk. He did not dodge. He directly charged forward. A ray of silver light and a ray of white light crossed each other in midair. The inertia of their speed was too strong, be it by Ningbing or Fang Yuan. They were both sent flying far away. I suffered some light injuries. Fang Yuan lowered his head and saw a long sword mark on the dragon's body. The mark was very shallow, but wherever it went, the dragon's scales were shredded and some parts of the dragon's skin were pierced, causing some dragon blood to seep out. In contrast, Bai Ningbing was in a much more miserable state than Fang Yuan. She had a hole in her head, 3 of her arms were destroyed, and almost half of her body was gone. But she did not lose any blood. The frost energy continued to spread, and she recovered in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiang, this immortal killer move was rumored to be undying and indestructible. Even if there is only a fingernail-sized remnant left, it can instantly regenerate and recover to its original state, because after forming Bai Xiang, it is no longer a body of flesh and blood, but a special life form. Ying Wuxia was very excited. As expected in the following battles, Bai Ningbing's performance was as Ying Wuxia had predicted. Even though she was not Fang Yuan's match every time they fought, she was still able to defeat him. But with Bai Xiang's characteristics, she could instantly recover to her original state. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's battle attracted most of Fang Yuan's firepower. The battle continued. Fang Yuan felt tired after all. He had a body of flesh and blood, but Bai Ningbing was still full of energy. Just as Fang Yuan was about to give up on Bai Ningbing and focus on Ying Wuxia and the rest, the time is here. Ying Wuxia suddenly shouted. The aura of countless goo worms burst out from his body. He looked at Fang Yuan and called out. Chapter 1266. Fang Yuan heard Ying Wuxia shout, "Lead soul into dream," and was shocked. Lead soul into dream was a dream path immortal killer move. It was extremely powerful and rarely seen in the world. During the battle of Yitian Mountain, Ying Wuxia's lead soul into dream made heaven overseeing tower lord fall asleep and fall into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. Fang Yuan was even hit by this move during the battle of Yitian Mountain. If not for Providence's backup plan, he would have died on the spot. In the current environment, Dream Path Immortal Goo were extremely rare, not to mention Dream Path killer moves. One move to dominate the world. Against Lead Soul into Dream, Goo Immortals basically had no way to counter or defend themselves. Fang Yuan was no exception. Even though he had Unravel Dream, he also had the sovereign immortal body. In the face of Lead Soul into Dreams, even if one were to sink into the dream for an instant, there was a chance that they would fail and die in the ever-changing battlefield. Fang Yuan immediately flew up and retreated. In the process of retreating, a wave of suspicion surged in his heart. Back then, Ying Wuxia's lead soul into dream was so powerful because he had many immortal goo and the amplification of the 11th extreme physique. Right now, how many immortal gu did Ing Wuxia have to form lead soul into dream? Fang Yuan did not know the exact number, but Fang Yuan was clear that Ing Wuxia's strength path immortal zombie body would definitely lower the power of this move by countless levels. Fang Yuan quickly pulled away from Ing Wuxia and the rest, but he still did not get dragged into the dream realm. Is Ing Wuxia just trying to trick me? This thought had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind when the scene in front of him changed. In the 500 years of his previous life, southern border, Qingmao Mountain had already been destroyed by Ningbing's self-detonation. Fang Yuan joined a caravan and became a guard, earning Yuan stone while cultivating. The caravan was in a certain valley when suddenly 2 groups of people charged out. Kill! Protect the goods! The caravan was shocked. Shouts of battle shook the valley. One side was the demonic path bandits. The other side was the caravan transporting the goods. The young Fang Yuan was mixed in the caravan. He gritted his teeth and showed panic on his face. This is a dream. I'm in a dream. The confusion from entering the dream realm quickly dissipated. After Fang Yuan understood, he immediately prepared to activate Unravel Dream. But at this moment, he inexplicably escaped from the dream and returned to reality. The sword flood dragon was still in the world wall. What's going on? Just as Fang Yuan had this doubt, his vision changed again. He found himself being pulled into a dream again. The dream continued from the previous scene. In the mountain valley, the righteous and demonic sides were locked in a stalemate. Strange, there shouldn't be bandits living here. The young master of the caravan looked down from above and felt puzzled. The manager of the caravan beside him, who was presiding over the defense, echoed, "Yes, this is an old trade route. I don't know where this group of bandits came from. It's very strange." The young master snorted. "The strongest demonic gu masters here are only rank 2. Our defense is impregnable. We are not afraid of them." Young master is right. I guarantee these bandits will not be able to return. The caravan manager laughed sinisterly. Right at this time, a rumbling sound came from above their heads. The young master and the caravan manager looked up. With this look, everyone in the caravan turned pale with fright. They saw countless boulders rolling down from the top of the mountain valley. The caravan was at the base of the mountain wall. The boulders were rolling down. The attack was not inferior to a rank 2 gu master's attack. Above the mountain wall, there were countless figures stacked on top of each other. These were all mortals, but because of their meticulous planning and correct tactics, they could display the battle strength of a rank 2 gu master. Quick, retreat! The young master's face turned pale. It's too late. The caravan manager cried out miserably. Countless boulders fell on the caravan gu master's heads. The caravan suffered heavy casualties, and the demonic side's morale rose. Damn it! Fang Yuan shook his head, leaving the dream realm again. This is indeed lead soul into dream, but its power is not complete. It can let me enter the dream realm from time to time, but it cannot make me immersed in it. But it is enough to pose a huge threat to me. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Ing Wuxia and the rest looked around vigilantly, but after waiting for a while, they still did not see Fang Yuan appear, and there were no attacks coming. He retreated? He Lulan asked in disbelief. Bai Ningbing did not speak. She looked at Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia sighed such a pity. After the battle of Tian Mountain, Ing Wuxia had secretly rebuilt the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. In Eastern Sea, Ing Wuxia had helped He Lulan tie by Yunsheng and the rest to add immortal gu. He naturally had more gains. But until now, he had only barely formed the killer move lead soul into dream. Originally, Ing Wuxia had planned to use lead soul into dream when Fang Yuan activated his trump card. But Fang Yuan did not make a move. As long as Fang Yuan tried to activate his trump card, he would need a long time to prepare. Ing Wuxia would have the chance to make a move. If Fang Yuan was hit by lead soul into dream and fell into a dream realm, even if it was only for an instant, the immortal killer move's activation would fail. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the damage the Gu immortal would suffer if the activation failed. Undeniably, if Fang Yuan fell into a dream realm while activating the trump card, the activation would fail and he would suffer heavy injuries. Ying Wuxia explained in detail. By Ningbing, He Lulan and the rest felt it was a pity. However, in that situation, Ying Wuxia had no choice but to make a move. If he did not make a move, Fang Yuan's attack would succeed. It would cause a qualitative change. The battle would be tilted to one side, and Ying Wuxia and the rest would die here. Ying Wuxia's judgment towards the situation was very sharp and accurate. Now it seems that Fang Yuan will not attack for the time being. Let's go. Led soul into dream is not complete. Its effect will weaken as time passes. Ying Wuxia ordered. The 5 immortals continued their journey. But not long after, Fang Yuan attacked again. After a while, the dream realm's interference towards him became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan was not willing to let Ying Wuxia and the rest escape from under his nose. He immediately chased after them. Tai Bai Yunxing was still unconscious. The 4 immortals were entangled by Fang Yuan. It was already difficult for them to move through the regional wall. With Fang Yuan's interference, it became even more difficult for them to move forward. Be careful! A familiar voice came from behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have time to react. He only heard a loud sound as stone fragments fell from above, smashing onto Fang Yuan's head. Uncle Big Beard, you saved my life. Thank you. Fang Yuan saw Uncle Big Beard not far away. He immediately reacted. Earlier, he was almost hit by a falling boulder. Thankfully, Uncle Big Beard moved and destroyed the boulder, saving his life. Lad, don't fight. Protect yourself, Uncle Big Beard said. Right at this time, at the center of the caravan, the steward's scream could be heard. Someone come! Someone come! Protect young master! Unknowingly, 2 rank 3 demonic path Gu masters had already barged into the center, attacking the caravan's owner, the young master who had once humiliated Fang Yuan. The young master was in dire straits. Danger was everywhere. The righteous path Gu masters were on tenterhooks. You stay here, I'll go support you, the bearded uncle said and hurried off. Dream realms attacked again and again. Fang Yuan did not have a good time either. The dream realm's attack greatly affected his performance. He could only display 20 to 30% of his battle strength. But in terms of battle situation, it was even more disadvantageous to Ying Wuxia and the rest. From the battle, they could clearly feel that Fang Yuan was getting less and less affected by the dream realm. Meanwhile, Ying Wuxia and the rest had yet to leave the regional wall. You guys leave. I will deal with him. At the crucial moment, Shernu stood up. Immortal killer move, earth sealing border. A horrifying cracking sound came from all over his body, and there were cracks all over his body from the inside out. At the same time, with him as the center, the surrounding hundreds of li of space underwent a mystical change, becoming one, separated from the surrounding space. Fang Yuan wanted to retreat, but the dream realm attacked at the crucial moment, causing him to lose the chance and get trapped within the range of the killer move. Fang Yuan breathed out dragon breath. The sword-light dragon breath had not even flown 5 to 6 steps before it vanished. Chapter 1267. You are courting death. Dragon eyes stared at Shernu. Fang Yuan was slightly angry. Shernu raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, shouting, Master, leave quickly! Leave quickly! Shernu, I will remember your loyalty. Ying Wuxia took a deep look at Shernu before turning around and leaving. He led the other 2 immortals and quickly retreated. Because Fang Yuan was desperately entangled by Shernu, this time, Ying Wuxia and the others successfully walked out of the Licorice Regional Wall and officially entered Northern Plains. The moment they stepped into the grassland, Ing Wuxia immediately called out Tai by Yunqing from his immortal aperture. The latter had already woken up from unconsciousness, but his injuries were still very severe and his life was still in danger. Combining the power of the four immortals, they immediately activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and instantly disappeared. In the dream realm, the battle was already over. The demonic path bandits who launched the sneak attack had all lost their lives. None survived. The caravan was not much better off. There were heavy casualties. Corpses were everywhere in the valley, and blood flowed everywhere. Uncle Big Beard, pull yourself together. Quickly wake up. The young Feng Yuan was lying beside the big, bearded Gu Master, looking at the terrifying injuries on his body with a panicked expression. Someone come quickly. Someone come and save him. Feng Yuan shouted with a hoarse voice. But no one came. Feng Yuan quickly ran to the young master. Young master, Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you. He is about to die. Quickly save him. He can't be saved. The injuries are not the main point. The main point is that he was hit by that poison goo. We can't save him. The young master shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, you have a way. Aren't you also hit by the same poison goo? Feng Yuan said. The young master's expression sank. You want me to waste my precious goo worm for an outsider? Do you know this healing goo worm can only be used a limited number of times? But Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you, young master. Feng Yuan argued. Even if he doesn't save me, I have the guards that my father has secretly arranged for me to protect myself. The young master sneered, waving his hand at Feng Yuan. Get lost. How can my healing goo be used on a small fry like you? Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and glared at the young master. He clenched his fists and stood still. Do you want to die? The young man's face was filled with anger. Feng Yuan. At this time, the bearded Gu Master woke up and called out softly. Feng Yuan shuddered. He quickly turned around and ran to the bearded man. Bearded uncle, you're awake. Feng Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Don't go against the young master. The one who will suffer is you. Don't force it. How can such a precious healing goo be used on small fry like us? The bearded man said this and laughed at himself. But, uncle, your injuries. Feng Yuan was very sad, choking with sobs. Plop. With a soft sound, Shernu knelt on the ground powerlessly. He. He looked at the sword dragon floating in front of him and laughed. I succeeded, master, and the rest successfully retreated. Haha. Shadow Sect is undefeated. Long live Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan stretched out his dragon claw and crushed him. Releasing the dragon claw, stone fragments and fragments scattered on the ground. How could one distinguish Shernu's original appearance? Die, then die. What are you shouting for? Feng Yuan sneered and picked up the most crucial piece from the pile of stones. Then he flew out of the Licorice regional wall and returned to Northern Plains. He threw the crucial stone on the ground. Immediately, the immortal aperture inside started to absorb Northern Plains heaven and earth chi and started to form the immortal aperture, forming a blessed land. Feng Yuan did not wait. Instead, he activated the immortal killer move Chi Luck Sensation and searched for the location of Ing Wuxia and the rest. With this investigation, Feng Yuan immediately found that Ing Wuxia and the rest were already very far away from him. Humph. Did he use that ancient battle formation from before? But what does that matter? You will all die in my hands sooner or later. But this location seems to be inside Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Feng Yuan returned to his human form and frowned slightly. He was naturally familiar with the location of Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow giant city was buried there, but no one had found it yet. It was not strange for Ing Wuxia and the rest to investigate after entering it. Southern Border Zombie Alliance has already been destroyed. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters is being attacked, while Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has been hiding in Earth Trench without being discovered. It seems that Ing Wu Xia and the rest will rise again. This was inevitable. There were cultivation resources in Dark Flow Giant City, as well as various immortal goo that were originally in the hands of Northern Plains immortal zombies. But Shirnu was already dead and they were all injured. In the following battles, even if they were in Northern Plains and not inside the regional wall, Fang Yuan would still have the advantage. Shirnu's immortal aperture had already formed. Fang Yuan entered and found that he could not subdue the land spirit. He was only an earth path master and not a grandmaster. He could not annex the rank 7 blessed land. He could only give up for now. In the dream, hearing that there was a type of herb that could alleviate the poison in Goo Master Big Beard, the young Fang Yuan chose to secretly leave the group and climb the mountain walls at night, picking the herbs that grew there. The mountain winds were cold, his limbs felt cold. The mountain walls were steep. If he fell down carelessly, he would die a horrible death. I must pick the herb and heal Uncle Big Beard. He saved my life. How can I not repay this debt? Persevere! Fang Yuan, don't be afraid, huff huff! Breathing roughly, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand with difficulty. After some effort, he finally found a herb. At daybreak, he carried a basket full of herbs. His clothes were tattered as he returned to the camp in a sorry state. All right, this dream realm is finally over. Fang Yuan woke up from the dream. At this point, he had finally gotten rid of the dream realm's entanglement. He had completely recovered. This dream realm was not without benefits. The number of dream path goo materials inside was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. In the final scene, Fang Yuan was carrying a basket full of herbs. They were all dream path goo materials. If I was dreaming, I would not have such huge gains. Don't tell me Ing Wu Xia's lead soul into dream, although it can be used to attack, is actually a killer move for picking dream path goo materials? Fang Yuan flew as he guessed. Without the dream realm's disturbance, he started to chase after Ing Wu Xia again. Even if Ing Wu Xia escaped to the ends of the world, Fang Yuan was going to kill this threat while it was still in its infancy. Snowy mountain blessed land. Fairy Lian Yin, don't activate Love Immortal Goo anymore. You have already paid the price. You can no longer make a sound. If you activate it so frequently, who knows what kind of price you will have to pay next time? Shizheng Yi urged. Zhao Lianyun shook her head. Her gaze was firm. Earlier, in the dangerous battle with Zhao Denyo, Love Immortal Goo had displayed its power. But this time, Love Immortal Goo did not devour immortal essence. Instead, it took something from Zhao Lianyun as the price. That thing was Zhao Lianyun's voice. After the intense battle, Zhao Lianyun could no longer make any sound. Even if she was a mute, she could not make any sounds. Han Yuan is still waiting for me to save him. I cannot watch from the sidelines and wait here. So what if there is no sound? I can continue to communicate with you through goo worms. It is no big deal. It's no big deal. Zhao Lianyun transmitted to Shizheng Yi. Shizheng Yi sighed. He could not persuade her any further. He could only let Zhao Lianyun do what she wanted. But this time, no matter how Zhao Lianyun called out, Love Immortal Goo did not move. There were no signs of activation. Zhao Lianyun had no choice but to leave the 12th peak with Shizheng Yi. Once they left this range, Zhao Lianyun was sent to another peak, separated from Shizheng Yi. Different from before, there were sounds of intense battle coming from this peak. Who is fighting here? It should be one of you Yi Zi, Bu Zhanzi, or Mu Linglan. Zhao Lianyun was surprised and happy. She quickly ran up the mountain. She climbed all the way, and soon she reached the palace at the peak. The smell of blood assaulted her nose. In the Crimson Palace, a beautiful young Goo Immortal was engaged in a fierce battle with a snowy mountain Goo Immortal. It was Refinement Path Goo Immortal Yu Yi Zi. Yu Yi Zi, hold on, I am here to support you. Zhao Lianyun transmitted. Yu Yi Zi was overjoyed. She quickly replied, Be careful, this is a true blood path demonic immortal. Chapter 1268. Blood Path Gu Immortal, because of Blood Sea ancestor and other historical reasons, as well as the characteristics of Blood Path. All Blood Path cultivators in the 5 regions were judged as demonic path members. Previously, when Chu sect and Baizu tribe formed an alliance to deal with the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du's side could have attracted a strong ally. Unfortunately, this person cultivated Blood Path. Chu Du immediately rejected him without any hesitation. That was because Chu Du wanted to establish a righteous path force. Once he got involved with Blood Path, he would be classified as demonic path. Chu Du's efforts would go to waste. But Snowy Mountain Blessed Land did not have such concerns, because Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the gathering place of Northern Plains' demonic path Gu Immortals. It was not a clan or a sect. Be it a clan or a sect, they all had the characteristics of nurturing members. They all had mortal members. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a union of benefits. After Zhao Lianyun left the 12th snowy peak, he arrived at the 10th snowy peak. The one guarding this place was a demonic path Gu Immortal. His name was Zhao Pu. He wore hemp clothes and cloth shoes. He was bald and had an ordinary face. He was neither tall nor short. He stood at the center of the hall, while Yu Yizi retreated until he reached the edge of the hall. The latter was bathed in blood. His injuries were terrifying. When Zhao Lianyun saw her companion, she almost couldn't recognize him. Yu Yizi was a delicate youth with a beautiful appearance. But at this moment, he looked like he had just rolled around in a sea of blood and was fished out of it by someone. This Gu Immortal's other abilities are ordinary, but he has a very powerful Blood Path Immortal Killer move. When it is activated, blood will splatter all over his body. Then it will turn into a torrent of blood that shoots out. Once the torrent of blood touches the skin, it will be a hit. After that, blood will flow nonstop, and as time passes, the bleeding situation will worsen. You must be careful. Yu Yizi had been fighting bitterly. He quickly warned Zhao Lianyun upon seeing him. I got it. Rest up first. I will deal with him. Zhao Lianyun stepped forward. Good, another one came to die. Zhao Pu stood in place, unmoving, his arms crossed over his chest. He laughed viciously, revealing his ghastly, sharp teeth. Instantly, a devilish, murderous aura surged out. Immortal Killer move, life-locking silver chain. Zhao Lianyun had been brewing for a long time. At this moment, a large number of Gu Worm auras surged in her body. As her immortal essence was expended, a silver light membrane covered her entire body. Voila! A series of sounds of chains colliding rang out from the silver membrane. Then, 6 long chains shot out from the silver light film. The 6 chains shone with a bright silver light and were extremely agile. They flew around Zhao Lianyun's body in circles, forming a solid defense. Zhao Lianyun had gone through a lot of special training. Not long ago, he had fought a death battle with Zhao Dainiu. It was as if he had been reborn. Every move he made during the battle had a decisive and murderous aura. He was no longer the young and inexperienced boy he used to be. The 10th Peak Lord, Blood Path, demonic immortal Zhao Pu, watched as Zhao Lianyun activated his killer move, but did not stop him. It was as if he did not care and allowed Zhao Lianyun to do as he pleased. Zhao Lianyun saw this and immediately activated another immortal killer move. Meteor Rain. Another batch of immortal essence was expended. Above Zhao Lianyun's head, at the high ceiling of the hall, a deep blue color suddenly appeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless meteors shot out from this deep blue color, raining down from the sky. It was like a huge army shooting arrows at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. These meteors were very small. They were like countless hidden weapons. Once they were shot out, they had a grand momentum and rained down like a storm. There was no way to avoid them. If Zhao Pu did not move, he would be turned into a sieve by these tiny meteors. He did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, a huge blood cloud appeared above his head. It was like a huge umbrella that protected Zhao Pu. The meteors were completely blocked by the blood cloud. The blood cloud shrunk at a visible rate. Zhao Pu gritted his teeth and stepped on the ground. His body turned into a red line as he shot towards Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's mind shook. He subconsciously took a step back. Meanwhile, the silver chains around her had already moved before her. One of them shot towards Zhao Pu like a dragon. Zhao Pu quickly dodged. He moved away from this direction and chose another direction. But almost at the same time, another silver chain shot towards him. Zhao Pu had no choice but to retreat and choose another direction. After doing this several times, Zhao Pu was surprised to find that these silver chains could attack on their own. They could be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Not only were individual chains very agile, they could even coordinate with each other. Little girl, your defensive killer move is not bad. Zhao Pu's attacks were useless. He did not try anymore. He retreated some distance and used his methods again to replenish the thinning blood cloud above his head. This was only natural. Zhao Lianyun had many immortal killer moves. These methods were specially chosen by Spirit Affinity House and even Celestial Court for Zhao Lianyun. They were especially suitable for beginners like Zhao Lianyun. Not only were the killer moves easy to control, even if they failed, the backlash would not be huge, and most importantly, the killer moves themselves were very outstanding. Above his head, the meteors were still falling down. Zhao Pu continued to replenish the blood cloud above his head. Yu Yizi was hiding at the side, healing himself. Zhao Lianyun did not reply. She silently continued to prepare her third immortal killer move. But she was most familiar with the first two killer moves, Meteor Rain and Life-Locking Silver Chain. This third move was slightly more complicated than the first two. During normal training, Zhao Lianyun only needed to spend some effort to activate it. But in actual combat, she found that it took much more effort. Although she had the protection of Life-Locking Silver Chain now, and the environment was relatively safe, similar to training, her mental state was very different. She had tried many times and ended up making mistakes. Another immortal killer move? Don't you know that immortal killer moves cannot be used casually? The more you use them, the higher the chance of your weakness being exposed. Let me teach you how to fight. Zhao Pu laughed sinisterly, pouncing forward again. But this time, when he was halfway there, his mouth was wide open. A huge explosion suddenly burst out, and Zhao Lianyun immediately felt the blood in her body shake violently. In Zhao Lianyun's phantom aperture, a small portion of the goo worms that had just flown up were disrupted and fell down again. Among them, many mortal goo were lost. Zhao Pu was a blood path demonic immortal, but he had a sound path method. Zhao Lianyun was caught off guard. Even Yu Yizi's healing was disrupted. Like this, Zhao Pu surrounded Zhao Lianyun and attacked. Life-Locking Silver Chain protected Zhao Lianyun's safety. But Zhao Lianyun did not succeed in activating her third immortal killer move. She was disrupted by Zhao Pu in all sorts of ways. Zhao Lianyun was filled with helplessness. She thought, "This opponent is like Yu Yizi said. His other methods are ordinary. He cannot break my life-locking silver chain. But he is very difficult to deal with. He has all sorts of methods. My killer moves have failed time and time again. No, I need to persevere." Zhao Lianyun was determined. She continued to try activating her immortal killer move. Maybe because she had been disrupted too many times and failed too many times, her willpower was tempered and her conviction was firm. Finally, at one point, her eyes shined with a piercing light. Next, Zhao Lianyun stretched out her right hand. She opened her mouth and spat out a stream of fire from her right palm. The fire stopped in Zhao Lianyun's palm. It was a fireball at first, floating above her right palm. Next, Zhao Lianyun continued to spit out fire. The fire in her palm started to expand. Strangely, this fire did not expand as a whole. It expanded to the left and right. Soon, Zhao Lianyun had a fire rod in her hand. The fire rod stopped expanding after it reached the length of a grown man's arm. The flames on the rod were burning brightly, but now they started to recede. After a few breaths, the lingering tongues of flame all converged, and the flames condensed into something that looked like a rod made of copper. Zhao Lianyun closed her mouth. She suddenly opened it and shouted sharply, "Zha!" Chapter 1269. The fire rod was hit by the golden light, but it completely absorbed the golden light into the rod. The golden light quickly moved around the fire rod, before stopping at one end of the rod, gradually turning into a sharp spear tip. At this point, the fire rod had completely turned into a red-gold short spear. Immortal Killer Move Golden Sun Spear. Activated successfully. Your death is here. Zhao Lianyun let out a breath of turbid air, her face filled with excitement. Her right hand tightly gripped Golden Sun Spear as she slowly raised her arm, aiming at Zhao Pu. She was in high spirits, and her morale was high. Zhao Pu had a solemn expression as he stared at the Golden Sun Spear in Zhao Lianyun's hands, praising, "This spear is amazing. Its temperature and radiance are both reserved. Once it explodes, it will definitely cause terrifying damage." But at this point, he suddenly changed the topic, and his face revealed a smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun. "Don't you feel that there is something wrong with you now?" Only then did Zhao Lianyun feel something warm and salty flowing down the side of her lips. She stretched out her left hand and wiped it lightly, discovering that it was actually blood. Unknowingly, she had started to bleed. This is... Zhao Lianyun's pupils shrunk to pin size. Her body shuddered. "This is my killer move, blood overflow. Hee. Zhao Pu laughed heartily. "Impossible. You clearly..." Zhao Lianyun was just speaking when a large amount of blood flowed out of her mouth. Her white teeth were dyed red. "Ha ha ha! You want to ask why I don't have any signs of activating the Immortal Killer move? Actually, I have already activated it. I just changed the method." Zhao Pu laughed. "Don't tell me this is the rumored split move method?" Yu Yizi's eyes opened wide as he blurted out. Zhao Pu glanced at him. "Kid, you are quite knowledgeable." Goo worm nurturing, using, and refining. These three aspects were broad and profound. In terms of goo refinement, there were all kinds of goo refinement methods. In terms of using goo, it was naturally the same. When it came to Immortal Killer moves, there were many extraordinary methods and techniques. For example, Blazing Heaven Demoness combo. She could use 2 or more kinds of Fire Path Immortal Killer moves consecutively to achieve even stronger effects. Another example was Fong Yuan's mastery of changing moves. The myriad self of the enslavement and power style was able to summon a large number of strength path phantoms to fight. But after changing moves, Fong Yuan had myriad self's first move, Strength Path Giant Palm Imprint. This move itself was based on the myriad self. However, it could achieve some offensive effects that the myriad self could not achieve. But now, Zhao Pu was using a method of deconstruction. If he directly used Blood Path Immortal Killer move, Blood Flow Exhaustion, the vigilant Zhao Lianyun would discover it and destroy it in advance or evade it. However, Zhao Pu had split this move into several parts and used them one after another during the fight. When all of these parts were used, they would be able to achieve the power of blood drain. The benefits of doing so were obvious. There was no iconic scene, so people would unknowingly fall into the trap, and it was impossible to guard against it. Damn it! So he had been concealing himself, he had been faking it. On the surface, he attacked repeatedly, but did not break my life-locking Silver Chain's defense. But in truth, he was secretly scheming and achieved his goal. After a while, Zhao Lianyun found that not only was blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, blood was also flowing out of his ears. His eyes were also filled with a faint blood-red color. This caused Zhao Lianyun's vision to become blurry. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding. She could not help but think of Yu Yizi's appearance. I was still hid in the end. If this continues, won't I end up like Yu Yizi? So crafty. Zhao Lianyun's mind was in turmoil. He threw the golden sun spear in his hand at Zhao Pu. But Zhao Pu was already prepared. He was very vigilant against the flame spear in Zhao Lianyun's hand. The moment Zhao Lianyun shrugged, he had already started to move. The golden sun spear did not have the ability to lock onto the enemy, but its speed was extremely fast. It brushed past Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu was shocked. The golden sun spear pierced through the hall, directly shooting into the air outside the hall, before exploding with a loud sound. Boundless heat waves spread in all directions, fiercely attacking. The dazzling golden light and the scorching flames instantly formed a small sun-like sphere. But soon, this sun sphere disappeared. Such power if it really hit me. Zhao Pu was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, they were already hit. Sigh. Yu Yizi sighed to himself. He walked to Zhao Lianyun's side and started to fight alongside her. Zhao Lianyun was somewhat dejected. Her morale was low. She still had too little battle experience. Her mental state was easily affected. This immortal killer move, Golden Sun Spear, was originally a rare advantage for her, but now she had almost wasted it. Your injuries. Zhao Lianyun worriedly looked at her companion. Yu Yizi's injuries did not show any signs of improvement. Zhao Pu laughed. You think I let you rest and heal because I purposely let you go? He. As long as you are hit by this move, unless I personally heal you, ordinary methods are useless. You have tried it yourself. What effect did it have? But I am still a kind person. I will allow you two to surrender. As long as you kneel and beg for mercy, and hand over the immortal goo, I will take you two as slaves and spare your lives. Don't even think about it. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth, interrupting Zhao Pu's recruitment. Zhao Pu was unaffected. She laughed loudly. The battle is already decided. Do you still not understand the situation? A wise man submits to circumstances. You guys are still young. If you die, everything will be over. If you live, there will still be hope. Yu Yizi sneered. I indeed cannot heal my injuries. I can only let more blood flow. But I did not leave empty-handed. I have already deduced clearly. As long as I kill you, our injuries will heal on their own. Zhao Pu's expression changed slightly. He sized up Yu Yizi again. Lad, I have a whole new level of respect for you now. Yu Yizi was an extremely talented refinement path go immortal. His attainment in refinement path was very deep. Even rank 7 go immortals often discussed go refinement with him, and even asked him for guidance. Yu Yizi was not only skilled in go refinement, he was also good at deducing go recipes. Refinement path and wisdom path were two paths that were close. They could coordinate with each other. Yu Yizi deduced the truth from the wounds on his body and Zhao Pu's various performances. We must kill him before our blood runs dry. If he doesn't die, we will. Yu Yizi transmitted to Zhao Lianyun with a heavy tone. The two of them were indeed forced into a dead end. Only by fearlessly killing their way back and killing their enemies could they obtain the right to survive. Do it! Zhao Lianyun shouted in a low voice. She was even more efficient. Arrogant and conceited fellows, I will let you taste my true strength. Zhao Pu laughed loudly, valiantly pouncing forward, fighting one against two. Both sides fought in the hall, exchanging blows. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Life-locking silver chains continued to shoot out. Zhao Pu had a blood cloud above his head and a blood cloud below his feet. After dodging 3 chains, he aimed at the other 3 silver chains and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the silver chains, immediately turning them into a pool of dirty blood. 8 refinement gates. 3rd gate, hand gate, open. Yu Yizi took the chance to pounce, his palms slapping towards Zhao Pu from afar. Immediately, 2 dainty palm shadows struck Zhao Pu's back at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Pu gave a muffled groan. Blood spurting out of his back, covering his injuries. A trace of astonishment flashed past his face, thinking, "Strange, why did this lad's attack power increase by so much?" Uez might be a refinement path go immortal, but his battle strength was also extraordinary. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to make targeted changes. Especially his immortal killer move 8 refinement gates. It could be modified according to the actual situation, adding some targeted restraining power. Chapter 1270. If someone risked their life, their threat would naturally increase. In contrast, Blood Path demonic immortal Zhao Pu did not want to risk his life. As long as he could stall for time, he could obtain victory. So for a moment, Zhao Pu was being suppressed by Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi. However, Zhao Pu's battle experience was not something the Central Continent immortals could compare to. He was extremely slippery, twisting and turning. Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi were unable to take him down. As time passed, the situation tilted in Zhao Pu's favor. Yu Yizi was the first to weaken. He was hit much earlier than Zhao Lianyun. He received more injuries and finally fainted from excessive blood loss. Your companion might have died from excessive blood loss. You will be next. You don't have much time left. Why aren't you attacking? Zhao Pu smiled. Zhao Lianyun was extremely annoyed. She knew that Zhao Pu was purposely provoking her to disturb her mental state, but she could not calm herself down. She became more and more restless. Her eyes kept bleeding. Her vision was blurry and filled with blood. More terrifyingly, not only was she bleeding from her orifices, her entire body was leaking blood from her pores. Damn it, damn it. Intense dizziness kept coming. Zhao Lianyun was already unable to stand steadily. Her body was swaying. Finally, Zhao Pu attacked from afar, sending Zhao Lianyun flying. After landing on the ground, she rolled 3 times before stopping. Damn it. Zhao Lianyun used her hands to support herself. She wanted to get up, but because of excessive blood loss, she had no strength left in her body. She was extremely weak. She couldn't even push herself up from the ground. Everything is over. Zhao Pu crossed her arms, slowly walking in front of Zhao Lianyun. He looked down at her. Blood. It kept flowing out from Zhao Lianyun's body. Soon, a pool of blood formed around her. Zhao Lianyun was lying in a pool of blood. She was completely covered in blood, and even her eyes were bleeding. There were also tears in his eyes. Is it going to end? Here it is. Blood. I'm not afraid at all this time, Hongyin. A scene from the past appeared in Zhao Lianyun's mind, and that was during the imperial court battle. Zhao Lianyun had lost his father's protection, and he didn't want to become a political bargaining chip and sacrifice himself to marry the Wei family's young master, so he could only rely on Ma Hongyin for the time being. During a battle, Zhao Lianyun was unfortunately shot in the thigh by a stray arrow. Blood flowed like a fountain. I'm going to die. It hurts. I'm going to die. Zhao Lianyun lay on the carriage, howling. Tears welled up in his eyes. Stop arguing. Miss Xiaoyin, you won't die. It's just a small wound. Ma Hongyin skillfully bandaged her wound while comforting her. Blood, so much blood. Don't you know I'm scared of blood? I've never been so badly injured before. Zhao Lianyun sighed. How can you be so delicate? It's normal for people of northern plains to be injured. Most of the time, scars represent glory and merit. Ma Hongyin said. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. Do you even know how to comfort people? Sai, why am I so unlucky? Ha ha ha. Ma Hongyin laughed loudly. He used the wrong strength in his hand. Zhao Lianyun cried in pain. It hurts. Be gentler. Also, what are you laughing at? I'm already so badly injured, but you seem to be happy. Ma Hongyin quickly waved his hand, but he continued to laugh. I'm not happy. I just feel that Miss Xiaoyin is really cute. Normally, she acts like an elder, making people respect her. The current Miss Yin makes me feel like a younger sister who is even younger than me. You are quite arrogant. Zhao Lianyun was about to explode when Ma Hongyin suddenly placed his hand on her forehead. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. For some reason, she felt warmth in her heart. Ma Hongyin continued, "There is no fever. This is a good thing. Miss Xiaoyin, you can't be so delicate. Just a few injuries. There is nothing wrong with losing some blood. If you shout like this again, people will laugh at you." The memory ended here. Laugh at me? The current me. I won't let you laugh at me anymore. In order to save you, I really lost all my blood. Thinking about it, it is really strange that I was willing to die for someone. So, even if I die, I am willing to do so. Thoughts flashed in Zhao Lianyun's mind. Die! Zhao Pu shouted. He raised his palm and stabbed it down like a knife. A fatal blow. If this strike were to land, it would be able to easily pierce through Zhao Lianyun's head like piercing through tofu. But at this moment, Zhao Lianyun's body suddenly let out a strong light. The light was so dazzling that Zhao Pu could not help but close her eyes and retreat. Why is there such a strong light? Impossible. This aura is so strong. Ah! Zhao Pu could not help but scream. In the light, his whole body could not move. Soon, he was like snow melting under the scorching sun, completely destroyed. At the crucial moment, Love Gu showed its might again, directly killing Zhao Pu. Northern Plains, deep in Earth Trench. Ing Wuxia, where do you think you can hide? Fang Yuan's sword dragon form roared in Earth Trench. His voice reverberated in the surroundings, filled with killing intent. Using Qi Luck Sensation, Fang Yuan moved quickly and finally arrived at the depths of Earth Trench. In the shadows, a giant city slowly rose up. Ing Wuxia was standing on top of the giant city. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ing Wuxia spoke. His gaze was calm and his tone plain. Humph. Shirnu is dead, with just the four of you and this mortal Gu house? Fang Yuan sneered. Although Dark Flow Giant City was huge and looked grand, it was only a mortal Gu house and not an immortal Gu house. It was not easy to form an immortal Gu house. Even if Shadow Sect had many immortal Gu, they could not casually raise Dark Flow Giant City into an immortal Gu house. If there was an immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan would feel a lot of wariness, because the power of an immortal Gu house increased with the amount of immortal essence. Fang Yuan had once used Giant Sun's immortal essence to manipulate graceful chaotic dual stage, which shone brilliantly during the battle of Tian Mountain. But Dark Flow Giant City was only a mortal Gu house. It was not a threat to Fang Yuan. Then what if I join in? A second figure appeared on top of Dark Flow Giant City. This person was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, but was an old acquaintance of Fang Yuan. It was the spy that Shadow Sect placed in Langya Sect. Refinement Path, Gu Immortal 6 Hair. Fang Yuan's gaze sank slightly. Fang Yuan did not care about 6th Hair's battle strength. But 6th Hair and Fang Yuan were both members of Langya Sect. They were restricted by the Information Path Alliance Agreement. This made it very inconvenient for Fang Yuan to deal with 6th Hair. If he was careless, he would be punished by the Information Path Alliance Agreement and be heavily injured. However, Fang Yuan had expected 6th Hair's appearance. Kill! Fang Yuan swung his dragon tail and pounced forward. Dark Flow Giant City retreated rapidly. At the same time, a battlefield killer move rose up and a large number of Yiksha octopuses surrounded them. Your identity is enough to make Fang Yuan hesitate in taking action. Stall for time. After a while, we can use omnidirectional travel again. Ing Wuxia patted 6th Hair's shoulder. Lord, go and rest. I will handle this. 6th Hair said to Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia nodded, got off the city wall, and disappeared into Dark Flow Giant City. This was a massacre. Even though there were more Yiksha octopuses, they were not Fang Yuan's match. The ancient sword dragon created a storm of blood in the encirclement, rampaging in the battlefield, sweeping everything in its path. Even though Dark Flow Giant City was in sight, Fang Yuan did not dare to recklessly use Sword Light Dragon Breath. It would be bad if he killed Sixth Hair. He would suffer instead. Ing Wuxia and the rest might counterattack, and he might die here. Even though Ing Wuxia and the rest were at a disadvantage, Fang Yuan was not blindly optimistic. He knew he had the advantage, but it was not enough to suppress them, especially by Ningbing, who could transform into Baixiang, and Ing Wuxia, who had lead soul into dream. Even though the former only had rank 6 cultivation level, and the latter's lead soul into dream was only half-baked. Information path, when can I not be restricted by this path? Fang Yuan was vexed. Information path was the pain in his heart. Fang Yuan had tried to work hard, but he lacked some fortuitous encounters. He could not resolve this problem. Chapter 1271. When Fang Yuan killed a wave of yiksha octopuses, a wave of wall-climbing demonic apes appeared. These apes were ferocious beasts of Earth Trench. They were not inferior to the yiksha octopuses. After killing this wave of wall-climbing demonic apes, Fang Yuan was attacked by a large group of red flame snakes. These beast groups are likely controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. For example, the yiksha octopuses are likely the rank 7 immortal zombie dragon commander Yicha. The other Zombie Alliance branches in the other regions are all attacked. Only Northern Plains side is protected by Earth Trench. Not just these desolate beasts. With Hei Lolan's performance earlier, there might be immortal goo as well. This way, the battle strength of Ing Wuxia and the rest will need to be reconsidered. However, immortal killer moves cannot be grasped in the short term. With just immortal goo, there is the disadvantage of conflicting Dao marks. Fang Yuan analyzed the information as he fought. Right at this time, a large group of desolate beast horses charged towards Fang Yuan. These horses were very peculiar. They had a pair of goat horns on their heads. Their bodies were covered in burning charcoal. They breathed out thick smoke from their noses. Their tails and hooves were covered in dark red flames. Dream Path, Desolate Beast, Nightmare, Demonic Cult. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before realizing. At this time there are nightmare demonic cults, and there are so many of them. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Nightmare demonic cults were dream path desolate beasts. They were very common in the 500 years of his previous life, but now they were extremely rare. Fang Yuan had thought that they had not formed yet. Times were changing, people were changing, the world was also changing. Many goo materials. They were all extinct, causing strength path, chi path, and other paths to decline. Similarly, there were also many new goo materials being created. Dream path. Paths that were popular in the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, goo immortals were researching them. Even though there were some results, they were very small. They could be said to not have any foundation. After 500 years, many dream path goo materials started to appear. Nightmare demonic cults were one of them. Thus, Fang Yuan had always thought that nightmare demonic cults did not exist at this time. To think that the nightmare demonic cults before him would make him realize that his estimation was completely wrong. Well done. This bunch of nightmare demon cults. I must have it. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. What did a dream path, desolate beast mean? It meant a large number of dream path goo materials. Why had Fang Yuan worked so hard to delve into his dreams? It was to collect dream path goo materials. If he had these nightmare demonic cults, Fang Yuan could use them to refine large numbers of dream path mortal goo, or even dream path immortal goo. He was exploring Southern Border's giant dream realm. Why was unraveled dream not enough? Every time he used it, he had to be meticulous in his calculations. To put it bluntly, wasn't it because he did not have enough dream path mortal goo? Just Fang Yuan alone. The efficiency of refining dream path, mortal goo, was too low. These nightmare devil cults are all mine. Fang Yuan used his methods to capture these nightmare demonic cults. After transforming into the ancient sword serpent, his speed was extremely fast. He moved and pierced through the nightmare demon cult group. No horse could stop him. Fang Yuan tried to knock out the nightmare demon cults and capture them alive in the sovereign immortal aperture to raise them. But on the shadow sect side, they were clearly prepared. They had set up methods on the nightmare demon cults. Fang Yuan tried hard, but he found that he could not capture these nightmare demon cults alive. At most, he could kill them and take their corpses. But even so, Fang Yuan had great gains. After slaughtering this group of nightmare demon cults, Fang Yuan slaughtered a few more desolate beast groups. There were extraordinary ancient desolate beasts among them. Fang Yuan's battle strength was already at the top of rank 7s, be it the desolate beast groups or the battlefield killer moves. They did not pose any real threat to Fang Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City could not control an endless number of desolate beasts. A moment later, Fang Yuan killed all the beasts. He spent some effort to break the battlefield killer move and destroy half of Dark Flow Giant City. But he still spent a lot of time, and Wu Xie and the rest had already retreated. Sixth Hair stayed behind. Just like Shernu, someone had to stay behind to restrain Fang Yuan. But even though Sixth Hair's cultivation level could not compare to Shernu, he had a huge advantage. He fearlessly looked at Fang Yuan. "Do you dare to kill me? What use is there in killing you? After I killing Wu Xie, I will make you fall into despair and pain." Fang Yuan snickered. His dragon body rose and flew out of Earth Trench. Sixth Hair was left behind with an ashen expression, as well as the tragic Dark Flow Broken City. Northern Plains was vast and vast, even with omnidirectional travel. Snowy mountain-blessed land was at the extreme northwest of Northern Plains. Omnidirectional travel could not be activated for long, while Wu Xie was rushing to snowy mountain-blessed land. Fang Yuan caught up to them again. "Let's see who can help you this time." The ancient sword serpent approached. Led soul into dream. Wu Xie used an immortal killer move again. Fang Yuan was hit again. This time, the dream realm was unexpectedly deep. He had to use Unravel Dream to break out of the dream realm and return to reality. What's going on? Fang Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. This accident was somewhat out of his expectations, causing him to suffer a small loss. Wu Xie smiled. "I sacrificed all those nightmare demonic cults earlier. Do you think this batch of Dream Path Immortal materials is so easy to obtain? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't chase after them. If you continue, even with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, you will die." "Humph, what a crafty fellow." Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Regardless of Wu Xie's intentions, whether it was a provocation or a provocation, Fang Yuan decided to give up on the chase for now. The dream realm was troubling him at all times. He had to pass all of the dream realms to be free of worries. Undeniably, lead soul into dream was quite a detestable move. Even if Fang Yuan had Unravel Dream, he could not touch it in one go. He had to pass all of the dream realms. He entered the dream again. Southern border, early morning. The damp dew and the mountain fog that was as thick as gray clouds made people feel depressed. The caravan did not move forward in this thick fog and in the mountains. It was easy for problems to occur. The young Fang Yuan was sitting on a simple bed. The bearded Gu Master was lying on the bed. He was close to death. He was on the verge of death. "Fang Yuan, thank you for your herbs," the bearded Gu Master said weakly. Fang Yuan felt terrible internally. He sobbed. "Uncle Bearded, you will recover." The bearded Gu Master shook his head. "How can I not know about my injuries? Don't cry, rascal. Crying is useless to us. I was once as young as you. I had the same dream as you. Unfortunately, my aptitude was too low. I ended up like this." This world is too big, we are too small. When I was young, I wanted to become a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When I was young, I felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When I was young, I felt it was great to become a clan elder. When I was middle-aged, I was exiled by the clan. I found that as long as I could support myself and raise my goo-worms, I would be satisfied. Do you know what I want now? Fong Yuan sobbed. What do you want? I just want a quiet house, to lie down quietly and reminisce about my past until death comes. The bearded Goo Master had a self-deprecating expression. Then should I leave? Fong Yuan was at a loss of what to do. Go. Let me be alone. I don't want others to see my pathetic appearance when I die, the bearded Goo Master said. Fong Yuan slowly stood up, hesitating as he walked to the door. At this time, the bearded Goo Master spoke again. You must have read The Legends of Ren Zhu. There is a section about a lowly person walking out of the ordinary abyss. We are all lowly people. We all want to walk out of the ordinary abyss. Sigh, you must persevere, Fong Yuan. Live on, persevere. It is a pity that my goo were destroyed in the battle. This is my advice to you, my only gift. Us lowly people have no use crying. No one will listen to us. Even if we shout, we can only persevere. Persevere until you achieve greatness, leaving the ordinary, or welcome death. Chapter 1272. We finally won. After a while, Zhao Lianyun climbed up from the pool of blood with difficulty. Her injuries were severe. Her vision was turning black. But fortunately, Zhao Pu was dead. Thus the blood-drain immortal killer move on Zhao Lianyun, and Yu Yizi was undone. If it could not be undone, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi would die together with Zhao Pu. Huff, huff. On the other side, Yu Yizi was breathing heavily, leaning against the wall as he stood up. When he saw Zhao Lianyun, this young go-immortal was stunned. His expression changed. Lian, fairy Lianyun, your face, no, your body. Yu Yizi stared with wide eyes, stuttering, not knowing how to express himself. Zhao Lianyun was puzzled, thinking, what happened to me? She quickly looked down at herself. The first thing she saw was her hands. A pair of old, bony hands. Zhao Lianyun's heart skipped a beat, and then she realized that she had unknowingly turned into an old woman. Her back was bent, her body was covered in wrinkles, her eyes were blurry, and her hair was white. How can this be? Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She grabbed a handful of her hair and easily broke a handful of white hairs in her hand. His originally strong and powerful hair roots had now lost all their strength and became extremely loose. Yu Yizi said, I'm afraid it is the effect of love. Love expended your lifespan to burst out with such power and kill Zhao Pu. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun was dazed. Her expression was bewildered. Anyone who was in the prime of their youth would become old. All of a sudden, he became a doddering old man, and his mind would be greatly shaken. That's right. Yu Yizi nodded. He quickly consoled. But don't worry. As long as you use lifespan goo, you will be able to regain your youthful body. Ordinary goo immortals might not be able to get lifespan goo, but you are different. You are the current generation Fairy of Spirit Affinity House. The sect will definitely give you lifespan goo as support. Zhao Lianyun did not speak. She had complex emotions in her heart. There was shock, disappointment, and disbelief. Some were at a loss. She was an otherworldly demon, but even before her transmigration, she had never experienced such a state of aging. After a moment of silence, Zhao Lianyun finally recovered. I want to continue forward. It doesn't matter if I'm old and clumsy. Han Yin is still waiting for me. Through the window, Zhao Lianyun gazed at the first snowy peak in the distance. Her gaze became firm once again. You can't continue. Yu Yizi was shocked. He quickly walked over to Zhao Lianyun's side and grabbed her arm. Love immortal goo is powerful, but it wasn't stable. Perhaps next time it will still devour your lifespan. This way you will truly die, Yu Yizi advised. Even if I die, so what? The old granny Zhao Lianyan looked at the young Gu immortal Yu Yizi. He smiled faintly. Her smile was not beautiful at all, but Yu Yizi was stunned. Then, Zhao Lianyun gently pulled back his arm. She clearly did not use much strength. However, Yu Yizi felt as if an invisible force was attacking his heart. He involuntarily let go of his arm. Then he quietly stood on the spot. He looked at Zhao Lianyun's hunched back, walking out of the hall with heavy old steps. This scene was very ordinary, but Yu Yizi felt a strong sense of shock. He even subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's aged figure was deeply engraved in his heart. What kind of spirit is this? For the love of her heart, she is willing to sacrifice herself, not fearing death and destruction. Zhao Lianyun, without you, I would have definitely died in Zhao Pu's hands. Never mind, let me follow you. At most, I will return my life to you. Yu Yizi was not old, his blood was boiling. After making up his mind, he quickly followed Zhao Lianyun's footsteps, following her closely. There was not much immortal essence left in the phantom aperture. Zhao Lianyun was worried that recklessly summoning love immortal Gu would directly consume her remaining lifespan. Thus, she chose to walk down the snowy peak. Thus, under the effect of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi separated, and she went to a snowy peak alone. There was still a hall on the peak. It had a quiet atmosphere. There was an intense battle here. Zhao Lianyun slowly walked into the hall, and soon found that the hall was in ruins. There were traces of an intense battle everywhere. "It's you, Fairy Lianyun." A voice suddenly entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was slightly stunned, but soon recognized that this was the voice of that water path, Gu Immortal, Mu Linglan. "This is the 8th peak of snowy mountain-blessed land. I had an intense battle with the peak lord, Xiao Fei, and now we are both heavily injured. Now, let's hide and recuperate as much as we can. You need to be careful. Don't fall for her trap. She has an immortal killer move that can cause people to continuously lose their memories." The moment he said that, a mystical light flew out and hit Zhao Lianyun's forehead. "Oh no!" Mu Linglan quickly shouted. "Every time you forget, the relevant memories will appear in your mind. Use immortal Gu to defend. Don't use any immortal killer moves. That will be even more dangerous. Once you forget the immortal killer move's memories, you will suffer from the backlash of the immortal killer move. Persevere. Wait for me to heal. I will have the strength to fight." Zhao Lianyun quickly agreed. She hid in a corner and activated her immortal Gu to protect herself, waiting for the killer move to activate. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun felt uneasy. She knew her own situation. She had just become a Gu immortal not long ago. Most of her battle experience came from the special training period. If she lost her memories during this period, it would be an extremely huge loss to her. Memories started to surface in her mind. Northern Plains. Ma tribe was defeated and surrendered to He tribe. To think that we could still be alive, Lady Xiao Yin. Ma Hong Yin carried Zhao Lianyun and spun around on the spot. "Ha ha ha! Put me down, you idiot!" "You big idiot!" Zhao Lianyun shouted. "Inside Imperial Court, blessed land. You are really lucky. You can actually become Chong tribe's son-in-law. Ha ha ha!" Zhao Lianyun patted Ma Hongyan's shoulder. Ma Hongyan chuckled, scratching his head. "Lady Xiaoyin, don't worry. You have helped me so much. I will not mistreat you." Zhao Lianyun acknowledged loudly and nodded. "Then I will rely on you from now on." She felt strange inwardly. Why do I feel a sense of loss and bitterness? Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower. You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hongyan. He You really have guts, you really have guts. But it is a pity that you met me. Giant suns will reveal thick killing intent. Zhao Lianyun felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He screamed inwardly, "Damn it, there is such a thing? A transmigrator is an otherworldly demon? This world is too much of a scam. It's over, I am dead this time. I am actually going to die here?" But at the next moment, Ma Hongyun stepped forward. He stood in front of Zhao Lianyun. He opened his arms, protecting Zhao Lianyun behind him. "Kid, you want to protect an otherworldly demon?" Giant Suns will raised his voice, his expression turning cold. "What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon. I only know that she is Lady Xiaoyan. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death." Ma Hongyun defended Zhao Lianyun with all his might. Zhao Lianyun's pupils shrunk. He looked at Ma Hongyun in a daze. Even against Giant Sun's will, even this fellow can step forward bravely? Why? I am obviously an otherworldly demon. I am not a person of this world. You idiot, you will die. Protecting me will offend Giant Sun's will. That is your ancestor, you idiot. Even He Lolan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyun was filled with killing intent. "No, Lady Xiaoyun is innocent. You cannot harm her." Ma Hongyun insisted on his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. But Giant Sun ignored Ma Hongyun and directly attacked Zhao Lianyun. No, Ma Hongyun saw that the situation was bad. He shouted in a moment of desperation. He stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun. At this moment, time seemed to have become extremely long. Zhao Lianyun shrunk into Ma Hongyun's embrace. Her heart started to beat wildly. An unprecedented sense of security and warmth filled her heart. Along with it, there was also a sense of panic. This panic was not the emotion of her life hanging by a thread, but a wondrous feeling that came from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Lianyun found that, at this moment, she had fallen hopelessly in love with the idiot Ma Hongyun. In this world, there were men who would look at the starry sky for her, cheer with her towards the valley, heal her injuries, and offer flowers for her, but who would give up their lives for her. In this world, even Giant Sun Immortal rejected an otherworldly demon who would be foolish enough to protect her. Ma Hongyun, Ma Hongyun. Pieces of memories appeared in Zhao Lianyun's mind. Then they disappeared one by one. No, don't. Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears as she screamed in agony. Xiao Fei's voice could be heard. After being hit by my immortal killer move, your most precious memories will be lost. Do you feel pain? Don't worry, the more you forget, the more relaxed you become. You might even laugh. The memories disappeared. A smile appeared on Zhao Lianyun's face. Don't laugh. This is Xiao Fei's famous sinister killer move in Northern Plains. It can kill people while they are laughing. The longer you laugh, the easier it is for you to die. Mu Linglan quickly transmitted his voice to warn. But Zhao Lianyun seemed to be in a daze. Her smile was growing wider and wider. Damn it. Mu Linglan knew he had to make a move. It was fine if he did not make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was an earth-shattering, killer move. You actually... Xiao Fei's position was exposed when he attacked Zhao Lianyun. He was caught off guard and suffered a fatal blow, dying on the spot. Fairy Lianyun, you need to persevere. Mu Linglan quickly rushed over and saved Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's smile was still on her face, but her mind had regained clarity. 2 streams of turbid tears flowed down from her eyes. Her vision was blurry. Her hair was white. She was extremely old. She could only use goo worms to replace her vocal cords. What should I do? I have almost forgotten everything about him. I've even forgotten what he looked like. I only remember his name. I only remember I love him. Chapter 1273. Northern Plains. Snowy mountain blessed land, the #1 snowy peak. Again, Lady Wan Shou approached Ma Hongyan step by step, holding a lightning ball in her hand. Go ahead. Ma Hongyan rolled his eyes indifferently. Lady Wan Shou snorted coldly. The lightning ball in her hand flew out and fused into Ma Hongyan's chest. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Lightning coiled around Ma Hongyan's body. He gritted his teeth, actually maintaining his consciousness amidst the rampaging lightning. The lightning lasted for a while before ending. Ma Hongyan did not faint. He was covered in sweat, and his face was flushed red. Failed again. Lady Wan Shou stared in disbelief. How can this be? Something is not right. She had failed countless times in lightning refinement of Ma Hongyan. Although the success rate of refining a rank 8 immortal goo was minuscule, it was too unreasonable to keep getting stuck at this point. Lady Wan Shou felt like vomiting blood, especially when she saw that Ma Hongyan had already reached rank 5 peak stage, and because of the repeated lightning refinement failures, there were many lightning path Dao marks on his body. If Ma Hongyan cultivated lightning path, these Dao marks would no doubt be of great help to him. I say, aren't you tired of doing this all the time? Why don't you change to another method? I'm already sick of it. Ma Hongyan knew he was going to die. He was very relaxed and teased Lady Wan Shou. Lady Wan Shou's eyes shined with a cold light. Ma Hongyan felt an intense pain when this cold light shone on him, assaulting his body and mind. He no longer had the satisfaction from before. He raised his head and screamed, his body twitching nonstop. Lady Wan Shou was silent. She listened to Ma Hongyan's screams, her eyes shining with a cold light. Ma Hongyan screamed until his throat was hoarse. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Lady Wan Shou snorted coldly. The cold light in her eyes faded as she showed a pondering expression. Zhao Lianyun's condition is not good anymore. The number of times love immortal goo can unleash its power has become limited. However, Lady Wan Shou seems to have noticed it. South Desolation Immortal, who was far away in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, knew the situation in snowy mountain blessed land like the back of his hand. At this moment, he was also a little restless. The Central Continent Goo Immortals had not appeared yet. What were they planning? Capturing Love Immortal Goo was Ancestor Giant Sun's plan back then. Now, it is time for us descendants to bring it to a perfect conclusion. Black Extremity, get ready to go. The South Desolation Immortal sent his order to the Longevity Heaven through a channel of information. Within the Longevity Heaven, the 8 extremities were still controlling Calamity Luck Altar to attack 5 Elements Grandmaster. Hearing the order, 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals came out. They were Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. Everyone will be going now. Black Extremity called out. Go early and come back early. Heaven Extremity did not dare to be distracted. Without the 2 rank 7 Goo Immortals, they were helpless against 5 Elements Grandmaster. They could only maintain the current situation and wait for Flood Extremity and Black Extremity to return. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Everything is going according to plan. This way, Love Immortal Goo and Ma Hongyan will return to Longevity Heaven. Central Continent Goo Immortals. If you don't make a move now, it will be too late. South Desolation Immortal was muttering in his mind. Rumble. A loud sound echoed. The whole of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shook intensely. It was actually forced to reveal its true form. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. So everything was your doing. Destroy this Heavenly Palace. Take revenge for our comrades. In front of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, 2 immortal Goo houses appeared. One was filled with the cries of hundreds of birds. It was extremely lively. It was Canary Pavilion. The other was filled with raging winds. It was a tall building. It was wind-sweeping building. Even though the 2 immortal Goo houses had imposing auras, they were both damaged. Evidently, the central continent goo immortals had paid a huge price to escape from the spaceless tunnel. They finally appeared. South Desolation Immortal snorted coldly. He quickly controlled Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace, to defend. Central Continent's two immortal goo houses attacked Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace from the front and back. Even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was inside Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he had no intention of attacking. He had been sitting here for countless years. He only had the strength to attack once. It was to repay someone's kindness. At this moment, even the Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was being attacked. He was sitting at the center of the hall with his eyes closed. He was unmoved. Soon, a layer of sweat appeared on South Desolation Immortal's forehead. Although Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was strong, it had a huge weakness. It had to stay here and could not move freely. Once it moved, even if it was just a millimeter of distance, it would destroy the 300,000 years of hard work it had put in here. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had spent 300,000 years to spread its influence over Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains. Once it moved, it would break. Black Heaven and White Heaven would no longer be affected. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was like a huge protective umbrella, firmly protecting Northern Plains. This was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal for the sake of his descendants. How could South Desolation Immortal destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's efforts? Just because he was attacked. He could only choose to resist. Central Continent's side came prepared. Their attacks burst out and actually suppressed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Yao Huang, come and control this immortal goo house. Help me fight the enemy. South Desolation Immortal said. The Medicine Sovereign hurriedly replied and lent a helping hand. With a second rank 8 goo immortal controlling the immortal goo house, there was an immediate effect. The battle situation stabilized. South Desolation Immortal had a puzzled expression. Strange, why did the Central Continent goo immortals' attacks suddenly fall? Also, they seem to have met with an accident in the spaceless tunnel. What I am most concerned about is there are clearly 3 immortal goo houses. But where did the strongest edge link camp go? Did it get destroyed in the spaceless tunnel? But at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's eyes opened wide as he received the latest information. So Edge Link Camp actually appeared in the sky above Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Longevity Heaven had already infiltrated Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Thus South Desolation Immortal knew the situation inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land like the back of his hand. Boom! Another loud sound, followed by intense tremors that spread rapidly. The 12 snowy peaks of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were shaking intensely. Immortal Goo House Edge Link Camp's power was huge, because this immortal goo house had 2 rank 8 goo immortals. One was Wei Lingyang, the other was Bai Chun Tian. Meanwhile, Myriad Tidal Dragon was controlling Wind Sweeping Building, taking care of Canary Pavilion and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Edge Link Camp was very powerful, even in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. It resisted the power of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, firmly hovering in the sky like a nail. We are saved. Reinforcements are finally here. Why is there only one Edge Link Camp, where the other 2? The 5 Central Continent goo immortals who were scattered on the snowy peaks looked up, their morale surging when they saw Edge Link Camp. Edge Link Camp also discovered these 5 goo immortals, especially Zhao Lianyun, who had love immortal goo. Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian naturally wanted to save their companions. However, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was not just for show. Edge Link Camp wanted to dive down, but it was obstructed by a strong formless force. The super goo formation here is not simple. It actually uses reverse flow river. Reverse flow river is actually an old ancestor Shuahu's hands. But this goo formation is built on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The Blessed Land is the foundation of the goo formation. If we cannot deal with the goo formation, we can directly destroy snowy mountain-blessed land and destroy its foundation. That way, this Gu formation will collapse on its own. Wei Lingyang and Bai Chen-tian discussed for a while before deciding on their battle plan. Bam, 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 Edge, Link, Camp burst forth with a fierce offensive. The giant horn silhouettes were unceasing, constantly bombarding various parts of snowy mountain-blessed land, causing extremely violent tremors. Snowy mountain-blessed land welcomed an apocalyptic scene. Avalanches occurred on the snowy peaks. Huge ravines appeared on the ground. Countless birds and beasts fled in panic. Husband, Lady Wan Shou stood beside old ancestor Shui, who, temporarily putting down the Gu refinement with a worried expression. Wife, if this immortal Gu house is allowed to work, snowy mountain-blessed land will be destroyed sooner or later. By then, this refinement path formation will also be destroyed. Don't worry. What can a mere immortal Gu house do to me? I will teach these meddlesome central continent Gu immortals a lesson. Old ancestor Shui, who laughed heartily, boldly charging towards Edge Link Camp. Both sides fought intensely in the sky. Chapter 1274. Old ancestor Shui, who displayed the battle strength of the number 1 rank 8s in northern plains. His might was vast and shook heaven and earth. His aura was boundless, shocking even gods and frightening ghosts. Old ancestor Shui, who is truly worthy of being the number 1 person in northern plains. Bai Chen-tian lost his temper. An expert's attack was extraordinary. Bai Chen-tian and old ancestor Shui, who had just fought for a while, but he knew he was not Shui whose match. Edge Link Camp continued to shake. Under old ancestor Shui, whose tyrannical attacks, it seemed to be unable to bear the burden. It is a pity that old ancestor Shui, who is alone, while we have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Wei Lingyang sneered, saying to Bai Chen-tian, I will leave this to you. Bai Chen-tian transmitted, Don't worry, I can hold on. If anything goes wrong, I will call you back. Wei Lingyang used a method to secretly fly out of Edge Link Camp. He could not resist the fate-reversing, sacrificial refinement formation alone, but the formation was using most of its strength to protect the foundation of snowy, mountain-blessed land. So Wei Lingyang's pressure was greatly reduced. He was confident he could go to all the snowy peaks with his own methods. Because he was a rule path Gu immortal, rule path had a huge advantage in this aspect. Even though old ancestor Shui, who was stronger than Wei Lingyang, he was inferior in this aspect. But Wei Lingyang had only flown half the way when he was discovered by old ancestor Shui, whose powerful investigative killer move. Where are you going? Old ancestor Shui, who shouted angrily, waving his hand. Immediately, a boundless blizzard started to blow. Heaven and earth changed color. All living beings went silent, directly engulfing Wei Lingyang. Wei Lingyang's plan was thwarted, but he was not discouraged. He continued to change directions, trying to break through old ancestor Shui, whose obstruction, cooperating with Bai Chen-tian to split up and attack. Lady Wan Shou's body was covered in cold sweat. She did not have the mood to refine Gu now. She was paying attention to this crucial battle. If old ancestor Shui, who won, everything would be fine. Even if it was not, they would be safe. If old ancestor Shui, who lost, everything would be over. All their efforts would be for naught. Even though old ancestor Shui, who had great battle strength, Wei Lingyang and Bai Chen-tian were rank 8 Gu immortals. They had an immortal Gu house Edge Link Camp. In contrast, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was of limited help to rank 8 Gu immortals like old ancestor Shui. Wei Lingyang wanted to split his forces for a surprise attack, but this undoubtedly took up a lot of old ancestor Shui, whose energy, making it hard for the latter to display his full strength. If we allow one of the rank 8 Gu immortals to attack the snowy peak, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lady Wan Shou had a worried expression. At this moment, the snowy mountain-blessed land had reached a critical juncture of life and death. Lady Wan Shou, I have a way to resolve your current crisis. Right at this time, a message was transmitted to Lady Wan Shou's immortal aperture. This is... Lady Wan Shou was shocked, because the goo worm that transmitted the message was the one that Lady Wan Shou had kept in her immortal aperture and had never used before. Many years ago, when Lady Wan Shou had just become an immortal, in the cave, so Senior is already here. Junior will leave now. I don't dare to disturb Senior from obtaining this true inheritance. Lady Wan Shou felt a surge of aura from this mysterious goo immortal, and her heart jumped. But who knew that this mysterious goo immortal would say, "Young lady, you are a goo immortal at such a young age. You also know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat. Very good. But I cannot obtain this true inheritance. I do not have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you. But after you inherit it, you need to let me browse through its contents. At the same time, you will owe me a favor. In the future, if something happens, you will need to help someone who can use this information path, goo worm, to transmit information." Lady Wan Shou thought about it for a moment before agreeing. She actually had no other choice, because if she did not agree with just her cultivation level, she might not be able to leave alive. Rather than that, she might as well take a gamble. "Great. Come, let's set an alliance agreement." The mysterious goo immortal laughed heartily while stroking his beard. This scene of the past rapidly flashed in Lady Wan Shou's mind. She immediately responded, "May I ask if you also want fortune rivaling heaven, immortal goo?" That goo worm quickly transmitted, "Haha, it seems that Lady Wan Shou is very sincere towards old ancestor Shuahu. Don't worry, we have no ill intentions towards you. We only need Lady Wan Shou to refine a goo material. If you can do this, we will help you and your husband to repel these strong enemies of Central Continent. Then invite the esteemed guest in." Lady Wan Shou thought about it before nodding. A moment later, a group of 4 goo immortals appeared in front of Lady Wan Shou. They were Ying Wu Xia and the others. "He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng." Lady Wan Shou immediately recognized 2 of them. There was no helping it. 88-point Jinyang Tower had collapsed. The culprits were being chased everywhere. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had become famous along with Fang Yuan. Right now, seeing these 2 culprits, Lady Wan Shou was very surprised. After all, some time ago, the huge superforce He tribe had taken the blame for He Lulan. They were besieged by the Huangjin tribes and were eventually annexed by Bai Zhu tribe. As for Bai Ningbing and Ying Wu Xia, Lady Wan Shou naturally did not recognize them. But what made her even more surprised was that these 4 goo immortals were clearly led by the weakest strength path immortal zombie, Ying Wu Xia. "I wonder how esteemed guests can help us husband and wife repel the enemy?" Lady Wan Shou asked. Ying Wu Xia laughed heartily, speaking with composure. "Lady Wan Shou, I know that the alliance agreement with you back then has already been removed by old ancestor Shui, whose help. But we have no ill intentions. We have a common enemy. That is these Central Continent goo immortals. We are excellent allies. At this moment, you let us in. It shows that you still remember your old relationship. You understand the danger of this situation. But as long as you help us refine an immortal material, everything will be resolved." "What immortal material? Give it to me." Lady Wan Shou spread out her hands. But Ying Wu Xia shook his head, smiling bitterly. "This immortal material is in your immortal aperture." "Oh." "It is the purple gold rock that old ancestor Shui who obtained from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard." Ying Wu Xia answered. Lady Wan Shou's pupils shrunk, letting out bright light as she took out an immortal material. "It is this!" The 4 immortals looked at it. This rock was palm-sized. It was shining with purple gold and had a stone texture. Ying Wu Xia heaved a long sigh. "Sigh, it is this rock. So you are members of Shadow Sect." Lady Wan Shou exposed the identities of Ying Wuxia and the others. Ying Wuxia was not surprised. He nodded and admitted, "Fairy, you have good eyes. Please help." Lady Wan Shou nodded. This way, she and these Shadow Sect Gu-immortals were indeed enemies of Central Continent's Gu-immortals. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Moreover, Lady Wan Shou took a quick glance at the battle in the sky before turning her gaze to the purple gold rock in her hand. What kind of immortal material is this? I can't recognize it. After obtaining it, I have asked for guidance several times, but no one knows. I won't hide it from you. I have already tried to refine this purple gold rock, but I failed every time. Ying Wuxia laughed heartily, his tone carrying some arrogance. That is because this is a special method of my Shadow Sect. Lady Wan Shou, you don't know the correct steps and methods. I will teach you one by one. You just have to follow the instructions, and you can successfully refine it. An ancient sword dragon rode on the clouds, finally arriving at snowy mountain-blessed land. From the outside world, one could not see the scene inside snowy mountain-blessed land. Thus, even though there were battles of life and death in the blessed land in the outside world, it was a peaceful scene. They actually entered snowy mountain-blessed land. Strange. Feng Yuan could not help but hesitate. He knew that in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, old ancestor Shui, who had already turned snowy mountain-blessed land into a dangerous place. Ying Wuxia and the others actually barged in? Was this real or an illusion? Could it be like that time in Eastern Sea, when Ying Wuxia and the others arranged a method in the Gu formation, creating an illusion and deceiving Feng Yuan's qi, luck sensation again? If it was real, the implications were too many. Feng Yuan hesitated. Although he had the upper extreme, heavenly eagle, it was not wise to barge in rashly like this. He decided not to show himself and observe first. Chapter 1275. Shuahu, take this. Wei Lingyang shouted, pointing at old ancestor Shui, who with his right hand. Immediately, a majestic beam of light shot towards old ancestor Shui. Old ancestor Shui, who snorted lightly. He raised his hand and a huge ice wall appeared, blocking the beam of light easily. Following that, old ancestor Shui, who opened his mouth and breathed out. Balls of cold air flew towards Wei Lingyang like flying axes. Wei Lingyang's expression changed. These flying axes were very troublesome. He had already suffered from them, and most importantly, he did not have any methods to counter them. Without a choice, Wei Lingyang could only fly into the immortal Gu House Edgeling camp and use its powerful defensive ability to protect himself. Bam, bam, bam. With a series of soft sounds, the flying axes followed Wei Lingyang, landing on Edge Link Camp one after another. Edge Link Camp shook intensely. Large amounts of icy air spread out. Many of the mortal Gu that formed the immortal Gu House were frozen to death. Quick, repair the immortal Gu House. Someone is injured, heal him. Activate the immortal Gu House. Use offense as defense. The Gu Immortals inside the immortal Gu House were in chaos. Wei Lingyang breathed roughly. His right hand had unknowingly turned into a lump of ice. When did I get hit? Even Wei Lingyang was shocked at the injury on his right hand. Old ancestor Shui, who had countless methods, they were either powerful or sinister. They were hard to defend against. Wei Lingyang was unknowingly hit by old ancestor Shui, whose move he suffered a loss. Wei Lingyang tried several methods, but the injury on his right hand showed no signs of improvement. This injury is so troublesome. Bai Chun Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. It's no big deal. My right hand is only temporarily sealed. I am more worried about Myriad Tidal Dragon. Even though he controls 2 immortal Gu houses and has the help of most of the Central Continent Gu immortals, he is facing luck suppression, Heavenly Palace, and Longevity Heaven. We need to save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, then regroup with Myriad Tidal Dragon and retreat to Central Continent. Wei Lingyang's eyes flickered. Central Continent's Gu Immortals naturally came prepared. Even though there was an accident in the spaceless tunnel earlier, Central Continent's foundation was still strong enough. After these Central Continent Gu Immortals reacted, they faced it head-on and successfully escaped. But the current situation was very disadvantageous to Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Dealing with the luck suppression Heavenly Palace was already very difficult. Now that they had split into two, as the decision-maker, Wei Lingyang was under a lot of pressure. Rumble. Thunderous explosions resounded endlessly. The immortal Gu House Edge Link camp shook continuously. It was forced to retreat. Central Continent's 2 Rank 8 Gu Immortals were elites among Rank 8s. To be able to become members of the Celestial Court, they were naturally very powerful. But Northern Plains had the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. Old Ancestor Shui, who was publicly recognized as the strongest Rank 8s in Northern Plains. At this moment, he exploded with a stormy attack. Ever since Central Continent fought with Old Ancestor Shui, they had never gained the upper hand. We can't go on like this. Heal your injuries here and control the Immortal Gu House to control the situation. I will go outside to distract Old Ancestor Shui. Bai Chun Tian gritted his teeth. Be careful. Wei Lingyang knew that his injuries had not recovered yet. He reminded Bai Chun Tian. Bai Chun Tian flew out of Edgelink Camp. He quickly used an immortal killer move, turning into a green rainbow that resembled a long bridge in the sky, directly pouncing towards the snowy peak below. Bai Chun Providence was destroying the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Once this formation was destroyed, Immortal Gu House Edgelink Camp would not be obstructed. It could directly enter and save Zhao Lianyun or maybe Ma Hongyan. Old Ancestor Shui, who was strong, but he could not stop Edgelink Camp's rampage. Don't even think about it. Old Ancestor Shui, who had already seen through Central Continent's tactic, he activated an immortal killer move. Countless hailstones fell from the sky. These hailstones were huge. They were like mounds of earth. Bang, bang, bang. They fell down, and the hailstones immediately turned into snow monsters. These snow monsters had desolate beast-level battle strength. There were even ancient, desolate beast snow monsters among them. They stood on the snowy peak, raising their heads and roaring. Old Ancestor Shui, who suddenly breathed in deeply. 2 streams of deep blue frost air that were almost black came out of his nostrils. The cold air dissipated, and immediately a strong blizzard blew in the air. The snow monsters were like fish in water in the blizzard. They could even use the blizzard to fly. But Bai Chun Tian was greatly restricted. Amazing! Old Ancestor Shui, who knows that he cannot use battlefield killer moves in the Gu formation. He actually dismantled his signature battlefield killer move. His ice and snow path attainment level has probably reached Great Grandmaster level. Seeing this, be it Bai Chun Tian or Wei Lingyang, they were both shaken. At Great Grandmaster level, all sorts of killer moves could be dismantled and used freely. Their understanding of paths was already close to Tao. But what if I join in? Wei Lingyang sneered. At the next moment, he also charged out of Edge Link Camp, entering the Gu formation. The injury on his right hand had already healed. Evidently, he had high attainment in the healing aspect. Old Ancestor Shui, whose expression changed slightly. He was facing 2 Rank 8 Gu Immortals and an Immortal Gu House at the same time. He was in a difficult situation. He seemed to be losing control of the battle. After all, he could not destroy the Immortal Gu House for now. The 2 Rank 8 Gu Immortals were experts, and most importantly, Old Ancestor Shui, who had to protect this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals could not destroy this formation, but Rank 8 Gu Immortals were different. Bai Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang attacked the enemy's weakness. They gradually turned the situation around. They had the initiative. Inside the Immortal Gu House, Edgelink camp, there were a group of rank 7 Gu immortals. They did not seek to make any mistakes. They were like a tortoise shell, old ancestor Shui, who could not kill them easily. Bam, bam, bam. From time to time, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation shook and buzzed. This was because a small portion of Bai Chun Tian's and Wei Ling Yang's attacks had escaped old ancestor Shui, whose obstruction, and landed on snowy mountain-blessed land. This is great. Come on, masters and fellow immortals of the Middle Continent. Zhao, Lianyun, and the rest did not need to take risks now. They stood on the snowy peaks and watched with excitement. Looking up at the sky with them were the surviving snowy mountain peak lords. Their faces were shrouded in a layer of worry. This is the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal. It is truly heaven-shaking and earth-shaking. It is truly terrifying. Because of this formation, the aftermath of the battle between rank 8s did not spread. Otherwise, we would have all died. Lord Shui, who might have strong battle strength, but Central Continent scoundrels are extremely crafty. At this rate, the Gu formation will be destroyed by them sooner or later. Meanwhile, on the first snowy peak of Snowy Mountain, the refinement of the purple gold rock had reached the final stage. To think that enshrouding fragrance could actually dissolve the purple gold rock. Lady Wan Shou felt like her horizons had been broadened. Enshrouding fragrance was also an immortal material. Using immortal materials to refine immortal materials was a rare method. Moreover, Lady Wan Shou found that the essence of this method was actually food path. Food path was very rare. No wonder Lady Wan Shou could not do anything to this purple gold rock. The last layer of rock melted away, and a glaring purple light immediately soared into the sky, forcing people to close their eyes. Lady Wan Shou narrowed her eyes into slits and could barely make out a figure in the purple light. This figure was small, only the size of an adult's thumb. There were 2 thin purple wings on his back. Mini-man? Lady Wan Shou was slightly stunned, recognizing this figure's race. Bathed in the purple light, the mini-man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were also a glassy purple, and they were exceptionally deep. As he opened his eyes, a powerful aura leaked out. Rank 8 Gu immortal. At once, this aura caused the intense battle in the sky of Snowy Mountain blessed land to slow down. Why is another rank 8 Gu immortal here? And it is Northern Plains aura. Bai Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. Greetings to Lord Purple. Ying Wuxia had already led the Gu immortals behind him, respectfully greeting this rank 8 mini-man Gu immortal. Only Bai Ningbing was an exception. She was still standing straight. Chapter 1276. The mini-man Gu immortal pondered for a moment before activating an immortal killer move, shouting, "Expand, expand, expand!" Thereupon his body started to expand. Soon he was no different from a normal person. Moreover, the wings on his back also retracted. From his appearance, he looked no different from a normal human. At this point, the Gu immortals present finally saw the true appearance of this mysterious rank 8 Gu immortal. He was an old man with an ordinary appearance. He even gave off a somewhat sloppy feeling. The only distinguishing feature was his purple hair. It was messy and fluffy like a beggar. Plop! Tai Bai Yunqing's face was covered in tears. He knelt down on both knees. His body was shaking from excitement as he shouted, "Master!" "Oh, so it is you. I remember that I had once given you a time path true inheritance." The rank 8 Gu immortal smiled, revealing a mouthful of incomplete yellow teeth. "Even though my sex plan succeeded, there were many accidents. The current situation is like this." To stall for time, Ying Wuxia went forward and transmitted many thoughts to the purple-haired old man. In a moment, the purple-haired old man understood everything. It is a pity that Providence won by a small margin, but we have not lost all hope yet. Ying Wuxia, you did well. It has been hard on you. And Tai Bai Yunsheng, get up. Now, while I am still conscious, let's join hands with Shui, Hu, and make the central continent Gu immortal stay. The situation was urgent. The purple-haired old man immediately realized that the battle between the rank 8 Gu immortals was the crucial point. He did not hesitate. His body turned into a purple light that shot into the sky. At the next moment, he was in the sky, standing beside old ancestor Shui Hu. May I know your name? Old ancestor Shui, who was not surprised. Lady Wan Shou had already used Gu worms to transmit the situation of Shadow Sect's group's appearance to him. With a mysterious helper, old ancestor Shui, who was excited. I have many names, but the purple-haired old man revealed a deep smile. Shui Hu, you can call me Zishan Makoto. Immediately, old ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto worked together to deal with the 2 central continent rank 8s and Edge Link Camp. Zishan Makoto's strength was extremely shocking. Although the number of times he attacked was limited, every time he did, it had the effect of adding the finishing touch. Any ordinary rank 8 would be able to turn the situation around for old ancestor Shui Hu. Not to mention the addition of the unfathomable Zishan Makoto. Even though Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian gritted their teeth and fought bitterly, they could not stop the situation from tilting towards northern plains. After a dozen rounds, the 2 of them were actually forced to retreat to Edge Link Camp, unable to resist the combined attacks of old ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto. The peak leaders raised their arms and cheered upon seeing this. With no central continent Gu immortals attacking the fate-reversing, sacrificial refinement formation, the result of this battle was clear. In contrast, Zhao Lianyun and the other 4 Gu immortals who were trapped in snowy mountain-blessed land were deathly pale. Such a drastic change in the battle situation caused their hopes of survival to become extremely slim. What should they do? Outside snowy mountain-blessed land, an ancient sword dragon was hidden in the clouds. Shadow Sect is actually related to Snowy Mountain. Then why did Qin Baisheng and Feng Zhuge fight in Luo Pa Valley earlier? Why did they not ask Snowy Mountain for help? Maybe this relationship is not as close as I thought. Qi Lux Sensation told Fang Yuan that Ing Wuxia and the rest were inside snowy mountain-blessed land. They were not far away. Fang Yuan's pursuit was obstructed. He was unwilling to give up. He continued to wander around, looking for new opportunities. At a certain place, 1,000 li away, 2 Gu immortals descended from the sky. They were none other than the Celestial Longevity, Plains Black Extremity, and Flood Extremity. This is the place. Black Extremity said as he activated his Gu worm, causing a huge commotion. The small slope in front of them started to shine with a dazzling light. Flood Extremity realized at once. So you have already set up a Gu formation here. Do I need to control the Gu formation now? Black Extremity shook his head. Let's enter the formation first. He took a step forward and entered the Gu formation. Flood Extremity followed closely behind. Once they entered the Gu formation, Flood Extremity's expression changed. He exclaimed, "This Gu formation has a grand aura." As expected of someone like Black Extremity who set it up personally, once it is activated, it will have shocking power. But towards the end, Flood Extremity's tone became hesitant. But what? Black Extremity looked at him with interest. Flood Extremity replied solemnly, "But from what I can tell, this formation seems to be incomplete. It seems to be a lake. Before this, there should have been a sea connected to it." Black Extremity heard this and raised his brows, clapping as he praised. As expected of a water path quasi-great grandmaster, you are already half a step into the realm of comprehending new things by analogy. That's right. This Gu formation is only a subformation. There is a main formation that resonates with it. Then where is the main formation? Flood Extremity frowned. Before Black Extremity answered, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He realized, I get it. That main formation is snowy, mountain blessed lands, fate, reversing, sacrificial refinement formation. Indeed, Black Extremity laughed loudly. I received orders earlier to approach Lady Wan Shou as Sun Ming Lu. Eventually, I created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation to irrigate reverse flow river. Even though old ancestor Shui, who is the #1 expert in northern plains, he does not know formation path. He did not see through my secret method. Right now, as long as I activate this subformation, I can destroy the main formation in snowy mountain blessed land and bring reverse flow river here. Once the Gu formation collapses within the surrounding 10,000 li of snowy mountain blessed land, everyone and everything will be swept away by reverse flow river. They will all be brought here. Black Extremity spoke confidently, showing excitement in his eyes. Flood Extremity was shocked. But if we do that, wouldn't we be sending those 4 rank 8 great experts here as well? Black Extremity shook his head. Reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It is extraordinary. It has an unimaginable amount of Tao marks. As long as they fall into the river, even rank 8 great experts cannot use any goo worms. In the Legends of Rinzhu, Rinzhu did not use any goo worms in reverse flow river. Then won't we be able to do anything to them? Flood Extremity was excited, but Black Extremity shook his head. We are outside reverse flow river, but any attacks we use on it will be reflected back. The so-called reverse flow river has the word reverse in its name. It naturally deserves its name. Flood Extremity was confused. If that is the case, how can we save Ma Hongyan and capture Zhao Lianyun? Ha ha ha. Black Extremity raised his head and laughed. You forgot something. This reverse flow river is still affected by my fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. When the main formation collapses and reverse flow river forms, it will flow towards us. By then, the people in snowy mountain blessed land will be arranged by me, like Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun. They will be at the front of reverse flow river. Lady Wan Shou and the rest will be at the back. Central Continent's Gu Immortals will be at the back. Those rank 8 Gu Immortals will be at the back. Amazing. Flood Extremity's eyes shined brightly. He clapped. This way, Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun will definitely struggle to escape from Lady Wan Shou and the rest. They will move forward and widen the distance between them and the Gu Immortals behind them. As long as they stay at the front, we will be able to approach them and capture them alive. But Flood Extremity frowned. If Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun cannot hold on, they will end up like Rinzhu. They will be washed away by reverse flow river. If that is the case, they will fall behind the other Gu Immortals. Wouldn't that ruin our plan? Black Extremity smiled bitterly. This is indeed the biggest flaw in our plan. But thankfully, reverse flow river has nothing to do with cultivation level or stamina. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun have an advantage. But this is still too risky. Flood Extremity was not satisfied with this answer. Black Extremity shrugged. Then what do you want a rank 7 Gu Immortal like me to do? This is already the best method. After all, we are not targeting 1 or 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals. We are targeting snowy mountain blessed land and central continent's Gu Immortal experts. There are rank 8 great experts involved. And from the looks of it, there are 4 of them. Flood Extremity was silent. He nodded helplessly. This was indeed the limit of their abilities. Honestly speaking, it was not easy for Black Extremity to do this. Don't worry. We are just a part of it. Don't forget, Lord Southern Desolate has already awakened. He definitely has other plans. We just need to focus on our own matters. Black Extremity patted Flood Extremity's shoulder, consoling him. Chapter 1277. Bam, bam, bam. Giant horn's silhouette shot around in the sky, creating a storm of attacks. Around old ancestor Shui, who, frost energy overflowed, surging blue frost flooded edge link camp layer by layer. The 2 central continent rank 8s in edge link camp gritted their teeth and endured, while the other Gu Immortals behind them were busy repairing the immortal Gu houses. They were sweating profusely and had panicked expressions. Beside old ancestor Shui, who, Zishan Makoto's body was emitting a dazzling purple light, illuminating the whole of snowy mountain-blessed land. Central Continent's side attacked Snowy Mountain, while Zishan Makoto was in charge of defending this blessed land. This blessed land was the foundation of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. As long as they defended it, Central Continent would definitely fail. What do we do now? Bai Chun Tian's face showed some panic. At this rate, not only will we not be able to save Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyan, we might even lose this immortal Gu House and ourselves. As the leader of this operation, Wei Lingyang's expression was extremely grim. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Central Continent's side. It could even be said that there was no hope at all. According to the Central Continent Gu Immortals battle plan, they were supposed to split into two groups. One group would restrain Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace, while the other group would save Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun before regrouping with the first group and retreating from Northern Plains. But now, Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands group could barely protect themselves, while the other group was counting on them to save them. This was Northern Plains, not Central Continent. 3 rank 8s, 3 immortal Gu houses, and many Gu immortals, but they were still alone. Of course, this was also because the Northern Plains Gu immortals came prepared. Central Continent did not know of Giant Sun Immortals' plan back then. Central Continent's heavy attack had a high chance of success according to the sneak attack plan. But as the situation developed, the sneak attack turned into a forceful attack, and with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangements, Central Continent's Gu immortals fell into such a passive state. They were in grave danger. Wei Lingyang's mind raced rapidly. After a while, he gritted his teeth. As if using all his strength, he ordered, "Retreat!" Forget about Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyan. With the appearance of Zishan Makoto, this was beyond the capabilities of Wei Lingyang and the rest. If it continued to drag on, Zhongzhou State would suffer a greater loss. Wei Lingyang decided to retreat immediately, returning to Black Heaven and meeting up with the other 2 immortal Gu houses before escaping back to Central Continent. If Edge Link Camp wanted to leave old ancestor Shui, Hu and Zishan Makoto could not stop them even if they worked together. After all, they did not have immortal Gu houses. They could not stop Edge Link Camp's rampage. But just as Edge Link Camp was about to charge out of this Gu formation, a change occurred. The entire snowy mountain-blessed land shook violently. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. What happened? The blessed land seems to be collapsing. Zhao Lianyun and the others, as well as the other surviving peak leaders, were all extremely shocked. Rumble. Amidst the violent muffled sounds, the snowy peaks began to collapse. What's going on? Old ancestor Shui, who also showed shock on his face. The entire formation is collapsing on its own. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with brilliance as he suddenly changed his words. No, this formation. Before he finished speaking, the Gu immortals present heard the sound of surging water. In the next moment, surging waves seemed to appear out of thin air, sweeping in all directions. It was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, reverse flow river. Oh no, wife. Everything happened too quickly. Old ancestor Shui, who wanted to rush back to the first snowy peak. But halfway there, he was submerged by reverse flow river. In reverse flow river, all Gu worms could not be activated. Old ancestor Shui, who could not help himself, he was immediately swept away by the river. He was the strongest person here, but even so, there was no need to mention the others. Immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp directly disintegrated in the river. The Central Continent Gu immortals were swept away like dumplings. Zhao Lianyun and the rest, the other peak lords of snowy mountain-blessed land, Lady Wan Shou, Ing Wuxia, and Ma Hongyan were all swept into reverse flow river. Snowy mountain-blessed land had completely collapsed. Only a trace of its frame was left. The winds of assimilation started to form. It's here. Far away, Black Extremity's forehead was bulging with veins. He was controlling the subformation with all his might. He was the culprit behind Snowy Mountain's sudden change. Meanwhile, on the side, Flood Extremity dutifully protected him. Moreover, at the final moment, Flood Extremity even needed to exert himself, using water path methods to collect Reverse Flow River. What? Fang Yuan felt his vision brightening as a huge wave drowned him. Once the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement mother formation crumbled, all the people and objects within 10,000 li of snowy mountain-blessed land would be engulfed by Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan was within this range. He would not be spared. In the surging river, Fang Yuan's head popped out. This is Reverse Flow River. He was knowledgeable. After the shock, he immediately recognized the origin of this river. Snowy mountain-blessed land has Reverse Flow River. No wonder my ancient sword, serpent transformation, was mysteriously dispelled. This was natural. Inside Reverse Flow River, goo worms could not be used. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was an immortal killer move. It needed immortal goo and mortal goo to activate. Thus, once Fang Yuan was swept in, all goo worms stopped being used. He returned to his original appearance. Thankfully, I am good at swimming. Fang Yuan moved his limbs as he swam with ease. In front of him, on the vast river, there were many living beings swimming. There were large numbers of wild beasts, trees, flowers, and even rocks. Reverse Flow River's currents were turbulent. There were rocks and trees in the water. They were rampaging and causing chaos in the river. Fang Yuan's heart sank. In this situation, he could not use goo worms. His battle strength fell to rock bottom. He could only rely on his body's defensive strength. Right at this time, Fang Yuan heard a strange sound. He quickly turned around and saw that under the rapid currents, a huge metal tree, the trunk of which was as large as an elephant, was sweeping towards him. Danger! Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He wanted to dodge. But in the turbulent Reverse Flow River, he could not control himself. His speed fell by many times. The metal tree slammed into his waist. Fang Yuan was knocked deep into the river. Next, he frantically swung his limbs, his head emerging from the river. Huff, huff, huff! He breathed heavily, breathing in fresh air. He quickly inspected his body, checking his injuries. He was taken aback by the inspection, because he had no injuries. There were only some bruises on his waist. But soon, the bruises on his body also disappeared. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He suddenly realized, right? My body is not ordinary. It is the sovereign immortal body. In Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan could not use any goo worms. He could only rely on his body. But Chapter 1278. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain ended, Fang Yuan had tested this body's foundation on the road. He ran on foot. He was agile and fast like a galloping horse. With a light jump, he could reach 10 feet. After jumping from 580 feet and landing on his head, he would feel a numbness in his scalp and a slight dizziness. After 2 to 3 breaths of time, these symptoms would disappear. And he had great strength. He had great endurance. Even after running for 15 minutes, he did not feel any fatigue. His 5 senses were also very strong. His dynamic vision was simply too amazing. His vision was very wide. Within 10,000 steps, he could see everything clearly. After the strenuous exercise, his heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. His thinking speed was far beyond mortals. Even under the light of wisdom, he could hold on for a long time. Even goo immortals could not reach this level with just their physical bodies alone. Not just a metal tree. Even if a metal mountain crashed into him, Fang Yuan would still be alive and kicking. This was the quality of the sovereign immortal body. It had nothing to do with goo worms. It had to do with the Tao marks on his body. In this reverse flow river, I cannot use goo worms. Others cannot either. But my sovereign immortal body is strong enough. The Tao marks on my body are also extraordinary. The more Feng Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. Ing Wu Xia! He swung his limbs and swam forward like a swordfish. The entire reverse flow river was extremely turbulent, but overall it was being guided by the subformation, flowing in the direction of black extremity and flood extremity. Roar! A multicolored tiger was crawling on a piece of driftwood with its front limbs. Feng Yuan swam towards the tiger. The tiger was unmoved. But Feng Yuan breathed roughly. He lay on the driftwood and rested for a while. This piece of driftwood could not bear the weight of a man and a tiger. It started to sink. The tiger was anxious. It opened its mouth and wanted to bite Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He stretched out his arms, pressing on the tiger's head with one hand while clenching his fist with the other. He punched the tiger to death. Thankfully, there are no desolate beasts here. There are only ordinary wild beasts. Even the supreme immortal physique was not enough against wild beasts. The snowy mountain blessed land naturally did not lack desolate beasts. But in order to refine fortune, rivaling heaven immortal goo, and activate the formation to defend against enemies, snowy mountain blessed land had already modified it. Goo immortals who had desolate beasts kept them in their immortal apertures. Otherwise, wouldn't it be stupid to let enemies kill them for no reason? Feng Yuan swam in the reverse flow river, trying to find Ing Wu Xia. The great snow mountain blessed land collapsed, and the reverse flow river surged out. Therefore, Feng Yuan did not know that Zishan Makoto had awakened. In his heart, his imaginary enemy was still old ancestor Xuehu. Based on his initial estimation, he felt that Ing Wu Xia had some connection with the Great Snow Mountain, but it was not a close one. If not, why didn't old ancestor Xue who help him in the battle of Yitian Mountain? There was nothing wrong with Feng Yuan's analysis and reasoning. However, he lacked information path methods and had too little information. In this situation, even if I encounter old ancestor Xue, I can protect myself. Because I cannot use goo worms in reverse flow river. It is a special environment. Since Ing Wu Xia is related to old ancestor Xue, if I miss this chance, they will grow stronger under old ancestor Xue, whose protection. If I miss this chance, I will never be able to kill Ing Wu Xia's group again. With such a thought, Feng Yuan rested for a while before setting off again. Next, he saw by Qintian, a central continent rank 8 goo immortal. Feng Yuan was shocked. What happened? A rank 8 goo immortal, not old ancestor Xuehu, but a central continent goo immortal. Bai Qintian was in a sorry state. He was lying on the shell of a giant tortoise. He was covered in injuries. These injuries were not from the collision in reverse flow river. They were from the battle earlier. He was a rank 8 goo immortal. His Tao marks conflicted. Once he got injured, it was hard to heal. But in the battle, he was at a disadvantage. How could he have time to heal himself? Thus, after the main formation broke, he was swept away by reverse flow river. He could not use goo worms. His injuries were delayed. But thankfully, he met a floating tortoise in the river. Using this tortoise, Bai Qintian finally had a chance to recover. Feng Yuan found Bai Qintian. Bai Qintian also found Feng Yuan. But Bai Qintian did not know Feng Yuan, because Feng Yuan's current appearance was the sovereign immortal body. As for his original appearance, the celestial court exposed it. It was widely spread in the 5 regions. Even though Bai Qintian did not know Feng Yuan, he frowned. He was very wary, because Feng Yuan's aura showed that he was a northern plains goo immortal. This was because of the sovereign immortal body. After passing through the regional walls, Feng Yuan's aura could change freely in the 5 regions. Wherever he went, he would be the goo immortal of that region. He could blend in perfectly. Who is this person? Snowy mountain-blessed lands, peak lords do not have someone like him. But he might have been recruited by old ancestor Shuehu. Bai Chun Tian stood up from the tortoise's back. He looked at Fang Yuan, observing his every move. In Reverse Flow River, even though Bai Chun Tian had rank 8 cultivation level, he could not use his goo worms. His battle strength was limited. Fang Yuan looked at him warily. He did not get too close. Even though Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, if he thought that he was an expert in Reverse Flow River because of this, he would be a fool. Reverse Flow River could not use goo worms, but his body was unaffected. His Tao marks could be used. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was very strong because of the Tao marks on it. Similarly, if a goo master used black boar goo and gained the strength of a boar, the corresponding strength path Tao marks would be engraved on this goo master's body. If this goo master fell into Reverse Flow River, he could not use goo worms, but he could still use his body to unleash the strength of a boar. If it were other goo immortals, how could they not use goo worms like the black boar goo to carve Tao marks on their bodies during their long cultivation journey? Of course, that was for sure. No one was a fool. The advantage of these Tao marks was obvious. Fang Yuan had the advantage of his body. Other goo immortals had it too, just to varying degrees. For rank 8 goo immortals, they had deep foundations. Fang Yuan did not want to fight Bai Chun Tian now. You are a Central Continent goo immortal. Even though I am a Northern Plains goo immortal, I have enmity with old ancestor Shuehu. I saw him refining a rank 8 immortal goo. I did not want him to succeed, so I hid outside the blessed land to see if there was a chance to destroy it. Are you his goo refinement assistant? Fang Yuan probed with each sentence. Bai Chun Tian's frown eased a little. He replied, Old ancestor Shuehu is also my enemy. Not long ago, I fought with him in snowy mountain-blessed land. To think that something unexpected happened. My injuries were caused by old ancestor Shuehu. Both sides conversed and exchanged some information. Fang Yuan realized now that so many things had happened in snowy mountain-blessed land. But Bai Chun Tian's words were ambiguous. Fang Yuan did not get much information. They did not trust each other yet. Of course, it was just a simple conversation. It was hard to tell what was in a person's heart, especially in this environment where goo worms could not be used. Both sides were on high alert. Fang Yuan knew that he could not get more information from Bai Chun Tian. He chose to leave. He moved away from that wild tortoise. Even when they were conversing, he did not get close, while Bai Chun Tian did not invite Fang Yuan to rest on the tortoise's back. Bai Chun Tian saw that Fang Yuan was leaving. His expression eased up. But right at this time, a small accident happened. Crack! A soft sound. A fist-sized object was pushed by the river, hitting Fang Yuan's face. This small object was soft like a jellyfish. It stuck to Fang Yuan's forehead. What the hell is this? Fang Yuan was stunned. He wanted to pull it away. But at this time he heard Bai Chun Tian's voice. Be gentle, don't break it. Chapter 1279. Fang Yuan held this jellyfish-like immortal goo in his hands, inspecting it carefully. At the next moment, his eyes shined. This was an immortal goo. But Fang Yuan did not know what rank it was, because in this Reverse Flow River, no goo worms could be used. These goo worms that fell into Reverse Flow River were like fossils, sealing themselves, not letting a trace of their aura leak out. This caused Fang Yuan to not care about this jellyfish-like immortal goo earlier. Only when Bai Chun Tian reminded him did Fang Yuan realize. If it were outside, without this Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan would be able to tell from far away that this immortal goo was an immortal goo, and what rank it was. As for what the immortal goo was, that would depend on the goo immortal's knowledge. This immortal goo seems to be affection goo. Fang Yuan's knowledge was broadened. After observing for a while, he guessed this goo's origin. Wisdom Path had 3 elements: thought, will, and emotion. Since there was love immortal goo, there was affection, immortal goo too. Fang Yuan's guess was right. Bai Chen Tian was anxious. Affection goo was very important to Central Continent goo immortals. Why? Because this immortal goo was temporarily added to the immortal goo house Edge Link Camp. Along with it, many other mortal goo were added. This affection immortal goo, along with many mortal goo, gave Edgelink Camp a new ability. It could track the location of love immortal goo. Even if love immortal goo was in an immortal aperture, there was no problem. Precisely so, Edgelink Camp could track it to snowy mountain blessed land. Otherwise, back in the spaceless tunnel, when love immortal goo used its power and transported Zhao Lianyun, Yu Yi Yizi, Shizhang Yi Buzhenzi, and Mu Linglan, who knew where they went? After adding affection, immortal goo, and other goo worms, Edgelink Camp could sense love immortal goo's location and track it to snowy mountain blessed land. But afterwards, because of fighting against the 2 rank 8 great experts, Old Ancestor Shui, Hu and Zishan Makoto, Edgelink Camp was under immense pressure and was heavily damaged. And before this, after a long and arduous journey and the collapse of the seamless tunnel, Edgelink Camp itself wasn't complete. Thus, when Flood Extremity and Black Extremity activated the goo formation and detonated the main formation, causing Reverse Flow River to flow away, Edgelink Camp was already in a terrible state. This way, the entire immortal goo house collapsed. The goo worms that formed the immortal goo house, be they mortal or immortal, were swept away by the river water. If they were in the outside world, these immortal goo and mortal goo could follow the goo immortals' will and fly into the goo immortals' embrace. But in Reverse Flow River, these goo worms were restricted by this special environment. They were forced to seal themselves and hibernate. No matter how he called them, they were like dead creatures. Affection goo was one of the countless goo worms left behind after the immortal goo house disintegrated. To be precise, he was a very lucky one, because most of the goo worms would be smashed by the waves in the process of drifting with the current, or crushed by the rocks or giant trees that were constantly crashing into the river. Goo worms were very fragile. Reverse Flow River became a graveyard for goo worms. Of course, there were differences in the hardness of goo worms. Most goo worms could be crushed with a pinch, but there were also jade-like, rock-like goo worms that were as hard as jade. And this affection goo was special. Its body was very soft. Even if it was hit, it could survive. Evidently, this was the reason why it was able to survive in Reverse Flow River. But in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not in a good state. Its jellyfish-like body was damaged. There was a huge wound that took up a quarter of affection goo's body. It was quite terrifying. Bai Chen Tian's eyes were sharp. Seeing that Fang Yuan wanted to remove this jellyfish-like affection goo, he quickly reminded him. After reminding him, he felt some regret. If he did not remind him, Fang Yuan might just abandon it. But now, Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious he had discovered the truth. Bai Chen Tian suppressed the uneasiness in his heart as he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Friend, this goo belongs to Central Continent. Why don't we form a good relationship and give this immortal goo to me? Is that possible? Fang Yuan squinted. I can consider your suggestion. But what goo is this? I need to know. Bai Chen Tian answered. This is affection goo, a wisdom path goo worm. Wisdom path goo immortals were few in number. Bai Chen Tian emphasized affection goo because he felt that Fang Yuan was not a wisdom path goo immortal. Affection goo itself was of little value to most goo immortals. It was tasteless, but a waste to abandon. Why? Goo immortals needed wills as helpers, be it sect gatherings or jewel yellow skies. All goo are widely used. But for this, he only needed some mortal level goo. There was no need to pay a huge price to raise affection immortal goo. After all, they were not wisdom path goo immortals. Their Dao marks conflicted. When they used immortal goo of other paths, the effect would be lower. At the same time, just raising affection immortal goo could not create any immortal killer moves. Unless they needed affection immortal goo to create immortal killer moves of other paths, or if it had a special effect, goo immortals would not want this immortal goo. Not all immortal goo were popular. Goo immortals had their own paths. Immortal goo also had their own paths. Goo immortals had rank 6, 7, and 8. Immortal goo were the same. For goo immortals, only suitable immortal goo had value to them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, goo immortals often held trading fairs to exchange immortal goo. But Bai Chen Tian could not imagine that Fang Yuan was the most special one among all the goo immortals in the world. Firstly, his wisdom path attainment level was Grandmaster. If he was not a wisdom path goo immortal, what else could he be? Secondly, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal bodies, Dao marks, did not conflict. He could cultivate any path. Finally, Fang Yuan had been worried about this earlier. He felt that even though he had wisdom path attainment and methods, he lacked wisdom path immortal goo. Thus, to Fang Yuan, this affection immortal goo was very important. Thus, he kept affection immortal goo in his pocket. In this reverse flow river, he could not open his immortal aperture's entrance. He could only carry it with him. Bai Chen Tian saw this, and his expression sank. His tone became even more anxious. Friend, put down that immortal goo. We are not enemies. We can make a deal and take what we need. Chapter 1280. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to use affection immortal goo to exchange for other immortal goo that were more suitable for him. But in reverse flow river, transactions could not be carried out. Because goo worms could not be used, information path methods could not be used to restrict them from transacting peacefully. Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for other immortal goo, but Bai Chen Tian had no immortal goo. Because goo worms were hibernating in reverse flow river, other than the ones in the immortal aperture. Even the immortal goo inside the goo immortal's body would not respond to any calls. Thus, Bai Chen Tian did not have any bargaining chips. Bai Chen Tian knew of Fang Yuan's concerns, but was he going to give up on this chance and wait for the future? Who knew what would happen in the future? After Black Extremity's interference, snowy mountain blessed land was gone. Central Continent's edge link camp was gone too. If Central Continent fought again, they would be at an even greater disadvantage. Central Continent's goo immortals could not even protect themselves. After leaving Reverse Flow River, would they not escape? Thus, they had no chance to transact with Fang Yuan. If they could not transact now, what about in the future? Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains goo immortal, while Bai Chen Tian was a Central Continent goo immortal. They were not from the same place. Even with jewel yellow skies, Central Continent could not control Fang Yuan's situation. What if he transacted with someone else in advance? What if he raised the price and demanded an exorbitant price? There were worse situations. Bai Chen Tian was a person who had to think about losing before winning. Seeing that he could not get the immortal goo from Fang Yuan, his killing intent surged. I am a rank 8 goo immortal. Even if I cannot use my Dao marks here, with just my Dao mark foundation, how can I lose to a Northern Plains rank 7? With such a thought, Bai Chen Tian jumped into the river and swam towards Fang Yuan. At this moment, his ill intent was clear. Fang Yuan snickered internally. He attacked Bai Chen Tian instead of retreating. Bai Chen Tian saw this and was overjoyed. He thought, these Northern Plains goo immortals sound good. They are battle-hungry by nature. To put it bluntly, they are brainless. The river flowed rapidly, but both sides had extraordinary bodies. They soon encountered each other in the middle. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched Bai Chen Tian thrice. Bai Chen Tian was a wood path goo immortal. He had deep breathing and precise vision. He blocked the 3 punches. He was shocked. This person looks so young, but how can he be so strong? Does he specialize in strength path? He felt the arm that he used to block the attack go numb. But while he was shocked, Bai Chen Tian did not forget to counterattack with his other hand. Both sides exchanged blows, fists and palms collided, and soon it developed into a close combat. Fang Yuan's entire body was a weapon. Head strikes, knee strikes, elbow strikes, all sorts of attacks were displayed one by one. At first, Bai Chuntian was at a disadvantage, but very quickly he was not any weaker than Fang Yuan. This was because he had a strong foundation and excellent fighting ability. His basic skills were very solid. It was just that after becoming a Gu immortal, he rarely had the chance to use them. Now that he was in battle, these close combat abilities were coming back to life. As for Fang Yuan, because he became a Gu immortal much earlier than Bai Qintian many years ago, he was a mortal Gu master roaming southern border and northern plains. He was very familiar with close combat. The two fought in the river at times. They popped their heads out and breathed in the air. They stopped fighting for now. The current of the reverse flow river was very rapid. In fact, most of their stamina was spent on swimming. They didn't use much of it to fight. And when they fought, the environment was very complex, because from time to time, some huge trees or wild beasts would float by, forcing them to retreat. After dozens of rounds, they were breathing heavily. They knew they could not do anything to the other. This rank 8 Gu immortal has a strong foundation indeed. I was wondering if I could kill a rank 8 in reverse flow river, but it seems that I was thinking too much. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Bai Qintian was filled with shock. How can this be? How could this man be on par with me? I had once used grass immortal Gu to increase my strength. I also used the immortal killer move wood armor to carve Dao marks on my body, allowing me to have a strong defense. I even turned my heart into a wood heart. My blood has turned green, giving me a strong recovery ability. Ignoring these immortal killer moves and immortal Gu, I am a rank 8 Gu immortal. I have passed countless calamities and tribulations. I definitely have more Dao marks than a rank 7. But why is it that I can only fight to a draw with this person? Bai Chuntian stared at Fang Yuan. He looked at him like he was looking at a monster. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan did not have as many Dao marks as rank 8 Bai Qintian, but the truth was his Dao mark accumulation surpassed many rank 7 Gu immortals, even though he had just become a rank 7 Gu immortal not long ago. The only thing that could match Bai Qintian was the sovereign immortal body. The sovereign immortal body was not an ordinary human body. It was created from Gu worms. Be it Bai Qintian or Wei Lingyang, they were created from humans. But Fang Yuan's body was created from Gu worms. Thus, why was Fang Yuan a complete otherworldly demon? This was one of the reasons. The sovereign immortal body allowed Fang Yuan to make up for the difference in Dao marks between him and Bai Qintian. He fought to a draw with Bai Qintian. Fang Yuan decided to retreat. Even though he did not lose out, his original intention was to get rid of the huge threat that was Ying Wuxia. Earlier, when he fought with Bai Qintian, he wanted to test his strength, to see if he could kill this rank 8 Gu immortal. But reality told Fang Yuan that he was thinking too much. Since he could not deal with Bai Qintian, Fang Yuan had to stop. He did not want to waste time with Bai Qintian. He had not achieved his goal yet. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Qintian did not allow it. Even though Bai Qintian could not deal with Fang Yuan, affection immortal Gu was still with Fang Yuan. Even if I cannot win, I need to stall him. If I meet my companions later, we can attack him together. All in all, I cannot let him escape. Damn him. Fang Yuan soon frowned. He wanted to retreat, but Bai Qintian's stamina and speed did not lose to him. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Qintian kept blocking him or harassing him. This affected Fang Yuan's plan greatly. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Obstructed by the wild beast corpses, Fang Yuan's speed fell slightly. Bai Qintian used this chance to attack again. Fang Yuan turned around to fight him. Both sides fought in reverse flow river. Seeing that it was a draw again at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan reached into his pocket and took out affection immortal Gu. raising it in front of him. Bai Chen Tian was about to punch Fang Yuan's abdomen. If this hit, Fang Yuan's aura would be in chaos. He would have to swim to the surface and breathe in fresh air. This was one of the key points in water battles. But Fang Yuan took out affection immortal goo, blocking Bai Chen Tian's fist. Bai Chen Tian was shocked. He quickly retracted his fist, exposing a flaw. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Using this flaw, he attacked fiercely. Bai Chen Tian lost the initiative. He could only defend and counterattack. But Fang Yuan suddenly raised affection immortal goo in front of him. Bai Chen Tian was wary. He exposed a huge flaw again. With these two flaws, Fang Yuan established his advantage. He kicked Bai Chen Tian's abdomen. Bai Chen Tian was kicked. He opened his mouth and breathed out a string of bubbles. His aura was not as long as Fang Yuan's. He changed his strategy. He wanted to escape to the surface of the river. But Fang Yuan would not let him do that. He stretched out his hands like pincers, attacking from both sides, trying to trap Bai Chen Tian in the river. Bai Chen Tian suddenly twisted his waist, doing an extremely difficult escape maneuver. His whole body was like a swimming fish, bursting out with strength, causing Fang Yuan's left and right hands to miss. This response, even Fang Yuan could not help but praise it in his heart. Even though Bai Chen Tian was a central continent Gu immortal, his rank 8 foundation had no weaknesses. In terms of water battles, he was slightly superior to Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan had lived in Eastern Sea for 500 years in his previous life. Chapter 1281. Fang Yuan's hands missed. He quickly raised his arms and grabbed with both his hands. His left hand missed, but his right hand grabbed onto Bai Chen Tian's leg. Bai Chen Tian's retreat was obstructed. His other leg shot out like a dragon, attacking Fang Yuan's temple quickly and fiercely. This attack was powerful. If it hit, Fang Yuan would feel dizzy. Bai Chen Tian would not be able to escape. But at this moment, Fang Yuan took out affection immortal goo and raised it in front of him. Bai Chen Tian was so depressed he wanted to curse, and his leg stopped. Fang Yuan managed to gain some time to react. He suddenly moved his head backwards. His body flipped in the water. Originally, he was like Bai Chen Tian, his head was above his feet. But now he grabbed Bai Chen Tian's leg, his head was above his feet. Bai Chen Tian saw this, and his heart sank. He knew that the situation was bad. This was because Fang Yuan had one hand on his leg, while the other was holding affection immortal goo. He could not attack. But at this moment, in this situation, Fang Yuan had 2 legs that he could use. In contrast, Bai Chen Tian's leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan. He could only use his other leg to attack. Bai Chen Tian was shocked. His empty leg moved in a different direction, like a butterfly. It was extremely agile as it kicked continuously. In Fang Yuan's eyes, a series of leg shadows were formed. But Fang Yuan was not afraid. He waved his legs and created leg shadows as well. The two fought in the river. Their strength collided, creating whirlpools in the water. Every time their legs clashed, there would be muffled bangs in the river. Bai Chen Tian only had 1 leg. How could he match Fang Yuan's 2 legs? During the fight, he was kicked by Fang Yuan frequently. Bai Chen Tian focused on defense. He felt very annoyed. I am a great rank 8 Gu immortal. To think that I ended up like this. Rascal, as long as I get out of the river and recover, I will teach you a lesson. He waved his arms rapidly, dragging Fang Yuan's body along as he swam towards the surface of the river. However, in the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He blocked Bai Chen Tian's kick with 1 leg, while his other leg aimed at a certain vital spot and kicked. Oh! Bai Chen Tian was kicked in the crotch by Fang Yuan. In an instant, his entire face stiffened, his eyes widened, and he almost spat out the last bit of air he had left in his mouth. Bai Chen Tian was indeed a rank 8 great expert. His endurance was far beyond ordinary people. He forcefully acknowledged him as his master. At the same time, he waved his arms, wanting to swim up and get his head out of the river. Bang! Fang Yuan's kick landed again. Bai Chen Tian's body trembled. This time he could not hold it in anymore and spat out a string of bubbles. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Yuan took advantage of the moment when his opponent revealed a huge opening. Bai Chen Tian's face was red, his eyes were bloodshot. He did not want to swim up anymore. He turned around and wanted to fight Fang Yuan to the death. Who wants to fight you to the death? Fang Yuan let go and kicked Bai Chen Tian away. At the same time, he felt the opposite force and pulled away from Bai Chen Tian. Bai Chen Tian broke free. He was stunned for a moment before he gave up on Fang Yuan and struggled towards the surface of the river. Fang Yuan turned around and took the chance to leave Bai Chen Tian, successfully escaping. Bai Chen Tian's head came out of the water. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily. The pain in his crotch continued to come. The intense pain continued to attack his nerves, making his head feel a little dizzy. This damn guy. If I get a chance, I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. Bai Chen Tian looked at the river from afar as Fang Yuan swam. Quickly, the distance between them was increasing, but he could not reach him. After Fang Yuan successfully got away from Bai Chen Tian, he slowed down and started to recover his stamina. He felt numbness in his feet. Bai Chen Tian's crotch was not easy to kick. With Fang Yuan's immortal body strength, even though he was the one kicking others, his feet felt numb. Evidently, Bai Chen Tian had taken care of his crotch's defense. He had many wood path Dao marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan did not fight Bai Chen Tian. He knew that with Bai Chen Tian's methods, even if he killed him, he would be heavily injured by Bai Chen Tian's retaliation. He might even die together with him. Fang Yuan was not willing to do that. He did not need to fight a rank 8 Gu immortal to the death. After all, he had the sovereign immortal body. He had a bright future. Moreover, his target this time was Ying Wuxia. If he died together with Bai Chen Tian, wouldn't Ying Wuxia laugh his head off? Even if Bai Chen Tian died and Fang Yuan lived, Fang Yuan would be heavily injured. He would lose the ability to kill Ying Wuxia. Of course, there was another important point. That was, even if he killed Bai Chen Tian, Fang Yuan would not gain anything. He could not open his immortal aperture here. Bai Chen Tian's corpse was a burden. Fang Yuan could not bring the corpse around. Even if he did, what would he do if he met Ying Wuxia? Even if he did not meet Ying Wuxia, what would he do if he met those Central Continent Gu immortals? A rank 7 Gu immortal killing a rank 8 was indeed an incredible feat and supreme glory. But this glory in Fang Yuan's eyes was less than a fart. He continued to swim forward, searching for Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia, is that you? Ying Wuxia heard this voice and turned around, showing joy on his face. Come closer, I will pull you up. He quickly replied. A moment later, Tai Bai Yunsheng was pulled onto a huge lotus leaf by Ying Wuxia. This is the leaf of the monarch lotus. It can float on the water. To think that your luck is so good. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. Ying Wuxia smiled, thinking, I have connect luck with that Fang Yuan. How can my luck be bad? But very quickly, the smile on his face vanished and was replaced by a worried expression. He looked at the river ahead. Reverse Flow River is in a strange situation now. We cannot leave. The urgent matter now is to meet up with Lord Zishan Makoto. We might even be able to get Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, as well as kill that ancient sword dragon that is chasing us. Mentioning Zishan Makoto, Tai Bai Yunsheng had a look of reverence on his face. He nodded. Right, let's meet up with Master first. Achoo! Zishan Makoto sneezed loudly. He had a bitter expression as he sighed. Sigh, to think that I would be in such dire straits when I just woke up. Sigh, I am old. My body cannot take it anymore. Just a little bit of cold wind and water will cause me to catch a cold. And under his, but was old ancestor Shui, whose shoulder. Old ancestor Shui, who was moving his limbs, looking around, trying to find something in Reverse Flow River. Hearing Zishan Makoto's words, he snorted coldly. You are clearly enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Why are you complaining? Don't you have a pair of wings? Why don't you fly out of reverse flow river? Zishan Makoto had already returned to his original form. Like Fong Yuan, who had turned back into a human from an ancient sword dragon. Zishan Makoto was a mini-man rank 8 Gu Immortal. His transformation was only an immortal method. Now that he was in reverse flow river, he had to turn back into a mini-man. Precisely so, he could sit on old ancestor Shui, whose shoulder. You think I don't want to fly away? But this reverse flow river is being pulled by a huge force. It is very chaotic. I cannot leave the river. He, who set up the Gu formation for you? Zishan Makoto asked. Old ancestor Shui, whose expression was grim. Sun Ming Lu. Zishan Makoto nodded. It should be him. This is out of my expectations. Old ancestor Shui, who said, he is actually a member of Longevity Heaven. Old ancestor Shui, who was astute and decisive at this moment. It was not hard to guess Sun Ming Lu's faction, because Central Continent's Gu Immortals were all framed in the whole of Northern Plains, who had the ability to do such a thing, who had the guts to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu. Other than Longevity Heaven, there was no one else. Zishan Makoto nodded. Longevity Heaven made a move. They are definitely after Ma Hongyan. Zhao Lianyun is definitely not far behind. They are definitely ahead. I need to find my wife first. Old ancestor Shui, who said. Zishan Makoto patted his shoulder. Then we should swim ahead. Lady Wan Shou was beside Ma Hongyan at that time, after being swept away by reverse flow river. She is likely to be near Ma Hongyan. The fate-reversing, sacrificial refinement subformation was shining with a dazzling platinum light. The light shot into the sky. It was like a huge pillar that could not be concealed. At this moment, Black Extremity was at the center of the Gu formation, controlling the Gu formation to guide reverse flow river. Meanwhile, Flood Extremity was outside the Gu formation, guarding against any uninvited guests that were attracted by the light pillar. Chapter 1282. Amazing, this Gu formation can actually control reverse flow river. Flood Extremity looked at the pillar of light, praising sincerely. But Black Extremity shook his head. This is not control. I only set up the fate-reversing, sacrificial refinement formation. It is like digging a river and letting reverse flow river flow in it. But we dug the river. We can influence the direction of reverse flow river's flow. After we take in this reverse flow river, Longevity Heaven will have another secluded domain of heaven and earth. Flood Extremity looked towards the future. Black Extremity instructed again. When we take in reverse flow river, the subformation will definitely be broken. You need to pay attention to the timing and direction. Open your immortal aperture's entrance and let reverse flow river flow in. You are a water path Gu Immortal. You have an advantage in this mission. Flood Extremity felt troubled. What if reverse flow river changes course? Is there really no Gu worm in this world that can control reverse flow river? Black Extremity frowned slightly. There is indeed none. But that is not entirely true. Or rather, there is another possibility. What do you mean? You should know about the legends of Renzu. It states, Renzu sighed, as long as he had that immortal Gu, he could conquer reverse flow river. You are talking about immortal Gu perseverance? Impossible. Perseverance immortal Gu has never appeared before. In my opinion, that story is only telling us to persevere in our cultivation. We cannot give up easily. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4, Section 26 recorded. Renzu's woman, boundless forest samsara, was trapped in ordinary abyss. She became friends with a mini-man who brought boundless forest samsara to look at his home, City Well. After looking at City Well, boundless forest samsara looked at the sky. I understand. Boundless forest samsara looked above her head. She was trapped in ordinary abyss. She was like the mini-man living at the bottom of the well. The mini-man looked at the sky depicted by the well. It was like boundless forest samsara looking at the sky depicted by ordinary abyss. I have decided. I will work hard to leave this abyss and reunite with my father. Boundless forest samsara clenched her fists, making up her mind. The mini-man was very happy. Good. I also wanted to leave the ordinary abyss and see a bigger and vaster world. I saw a lot of trees in the abyss. We can cut them down and make ladders. Then we can climb out step by step. Boundless forest samsara was surprised. She looked at the mini-man strangely. Mini-man, don't you have a pair of wings? Why can't we just fly away? The little man smiled bitterly and said, Human, don't be fooled by my pair of wings. They are weak and powerless and can only carry my body slowly for a short distance. When I first left the city, I had to climb a ladder to get out. So that's the case. Boundless forest, samsara realized. In the following days, she and the little man chopped down trees and built ladders. Trees fell one by one. Wisdom Gu flew out. Boundless forest samsara was shocked. Wisdom Gu, why are you here? Wisdom is hidden in the ordinary. Of course, I can be here. Wisdom Gu replied. Next, Wisdom Gu said, You are very smart. You know how to use the achievements of your predecessors to help you break away from mediocrity. But if you want to get out of ordinary abyss, each of you will need to build your own ladder and complete the entire process alone. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave. Boundless forest samsara quickly nodded. Oh, Wisdom Gu, thank you for your reminder. We will take note. She and the mini-man built their own ladders. The ladders got taller and taller. Soon, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder surpassed the mini-man's. The mini-man's ladder was short and small. The distance between each bar was also short. In comparison, Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder was long and tall. Boundless Forest Samsara teased the mini-man. Oh, mini-man, the ladder that I spent half a day to build is equivalent to half a month of your effort. If you do this, when will you be able to build a tall ladder that you can use to walk out of ordinary abyss? The mini-man said helplessly, I have no choice. I have already used all my strength. But I spent half a day to carry the wooden strips. You can carry a bundle of them with just one hand. I spent so much effort to cut down a small tree, but you can cut it down in 2 or 3 moves. I have already used all my strength. This is the best I can do. Boundless Forest Samsara nodded. It is a pity that we can only build our own ladders. The mini-man said, That's right, we can leave ordinary abyss and rely on the achievements of our predecessors. But we can only rely on ourselves. Let's continue to work hard. Boundless Forest Samsara and the mini-man continued to cut down trees to make ladders. The trees fell one by one. Strength Gu flew out from them. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked. Oh, Strength Gu, why are you here? Strength is hidden in the ordinary. Of course I am here. Strength Gu replied. Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and asked, Oh, Strength Gu, what can you give me? Like Wisdom Gu. Strength Gu said, I have nothing to give you, but I can give you even greater strength, as long as you give me your youth. Boundless Forest Samsara fell into hesitation. Strength Gu said, With your current strength, when can you build a ladder that is tall enough to walk out of ordinary abyss? Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it. It will take a long time, 20 to 30 years. Strength Gu said, That's right, by then you will no longer be young, you will be middle-aged. Rather than that, why don't you give me your youth? Even though you will be middle-aged, you will only need a few years to build your ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara thought about it and nodded. You are right. Strength Gu, I will listen to you. Thus, Boundless Forest Samsara obtained Strength Gu. Her speed of building ladders became faster. She could cut down more trees at once. A year later, she built the ladder to a very, very high place. She walked at the top of the ladder and looked down. She saw that the trees were very small, the grass was green. She was very happy. So when I stand at a high place, the things that were huge usually become very small. It is like when I looked at Sitywell. She looked at the mini-man's ladder. It was very short. It was not even 1/100th of her ladder. She pouted. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder and said to the mini-man, "Why is your ladder so small? Look at how tall it is." The mini-man looked at her ladder with admiration, but also helplessness. "I am so envious of you. Your own strength surpasses mine. Now you have strength, Gu, to help you. It is a pity that I do not have any helpers. I can only rely on myself. I have already tried my best. Other than resting and eating, I spend all my time building my ladder, but I cannot compare to you." Boundless Forest Samsara nodded. "Of course." Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara built her ladder even higher. She stood at the top and looked down. The trees had become as small as grass. She couldn't even see things that were smaller than trees clearly. She looked at the mini-man's ladder. Even though it was taller than trees, it was not even 1,000th of Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder and smiled at the mini-man. "Mini-man, oh mini-man, don't waste your effort. Your strength is too small. Even if you spend your entire life, you will not be able to build such a ladder. You might as well use this time to enjoy life. Actually, you are already very outstanding. You are more knowledgeable than those mini-man compatriots. You have already walked out of the marketplace. You might as well enjoy life." The mini-man thought about it seriously before shaking his head. "But I am not satisfied with being ordinary. When I am not satisfied with being ordinary is like an abyss to me. I want to walk out of it. Even if I do not succeed, I want to work hard. Because if I do not work hard, I will feel like I am not happy." Thus, the mini-man continued to build his ladder. The 3rd year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara built her ladder very high again. She stood at the top and looked down. She could only see patches of clouds and fog, obscuring her vision. She wanted to see the mini-man's ladder. She barely managed to see it, but found that his ladder was not even 1/10,000th of hers. Boundless Forest Samsara sighed. She felt lonely. The wind blew and her body shuddered. She felt cold again. So standing at the top, not only is it lonely, it is also cold. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder, telling the mini-man about this feeling. The mini-man shook his head. "My ladder is not high enough. I don't know what you feel like." Boundless Forest Samsara felt very bored. She continued to build her ladder, but she spent less and less time every day. Strength Gu asked her occasionally, "Oh, human, why are you not building your ladder?" Boundless Forest Samsara replied, "The ladder is too high. It is too cold. I need to rest and warm up my body." A year passed like this. Boundless Forest Samsara felt very bored. She continued to build her ladder, but she spent less and less time working hard every day. Strength Gu would occasionally ask her, "Oh, human, why don't you go and build your ladder?" Boundless Forest Samsara replied, "The ladder is too high. Every time I look down, I feel a little afraid. I need to rest and calm my heart." Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara became even lazier. Strength Gu asked her, "Look at the mini-man beside you. He is always building his ladder. He has never slacked off. He is giving it his all. If you continue to be so lazy, he will surpass you one day." Boundless Forest Samsara smiled. "How can that be? My one day is equivalent to his 1 month of hard work. How can I be surpassed by him?" Year after year, day after day. Finally, one day, the mini-man found Boundless Forest Samsara, who was resting under a tree. He said to her, "Oh, my friend, my ladder has reached the edge of the abyss. I can leave tomorrow. I can leave ordinary abyss." Boundless Forest Samsara laughed loudly. "Oh, mini-man, don't lie to me. This is too laughable." The mini-man shook his head, saying seriously, "There is only a small difference between greatness and laughability. Now I am no longer laughable. I have become great. I can leave this ordinary abyss. If you don't believe me, watch me climb out." Thus, the mini-man started to climb his ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked to see that the mini-man's ladder had reached the edge of the abyss. He was really climbing it. He was about to leave ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted, "Oh, mini-man, don't you feel cold?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh, mini-man, don't you feel lonely?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh, mini-man, don't you feel afraid?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." After the mini-man said this, his body suddenly shined with a dazzling light. Soon, the light turned into a goo worm. "My name is Perseverance. Oh, mini-man, thank you for nurturing me." "Perseverance," Goo thanked the mini-man. The mini-man smiled. "That's great. Even though I have no strength, I have perseverance," the mini-man said as he climbed out of ordinary abyss. Stepping into the outside world, he first saw a person. That was Rinzu. The time in ordinary abyss was not the same as the outside world. Rinzu looked at the mini-man and sighed. "This is perseverance, Goo. It is a pity. If I had it back then, I would have conquered Reverse Flow River." Chapter 1283. Flood Extremity thought that Perseverance Goo was a goo worm created in the legends of Rinzu, but Black Extremity shook his head. Perseverance Immortal Goo is not a fictional goo worm. In fact, it existed in the past. Flood Extremity was shocked. "How come I don't know about it?" "This is something I accidentally obtained when I was roaming in Northern Plains." The person who refined Perseverance Immortal Goo was the famous Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He was the one who entered the door of life and death and brought Reverse Flow River into the world. He should be the first owner of Reverse Flow River. Black Extremity said, "Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Is that so? But why is Reverse Flow River in old ancestor Shwe, whose hands now?" Flood Extremity asked. Black Extremity shook his head. "I don't know what is going on." Right at this time there was a soft sound. Inside the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation, some mortal goo exploded. The pillar of light that the subformation emitted also shrunk by 10%. This sudden change interrupted their conversation. Flood Extremity became nervous. "A portion of the goo formation is destroyed. Aren't you going to repair it?" Black Extremity shook his head. "This is within my expectations. Even the fate-reversing, sacrificial refinement subformation cannot withstand the power of Reverse Flow River. It will be destroyed. And this formation has a flaw. Once it is activated, it cannot be repaired unless the entire goo formation is stopped." Flood Extremity frowned. "The Reverse Flow River hasn't been drawn here yet. What should we do?" Black Extremity smiled. "Don't worry, I created this formation. How could I not expect this? In fact, there are benefits to the goo formation being destroyed." Flood Extremity was even more confused. "There are benefits to the goo formation being destroyed." Every time a portion of the goo formation is destroyed, the influence on Reverse Flow River will be reduced by 10%. The latter part of Reverse Flow River will not be affected. It will return to normal. That way, the Reverse Flow River will be able to display its power and wash away the people and objects behind it, Black Extremity explained. "Amazing!" Flood Extremity clapped his hands in praise, his eyes shining. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lian Yun have been arranged to be at the forefront. This way, they will be the last to be eliminated. Black Extremity nodded. "That is correct." In the Reverse River, Lord by Chun Tian, the 3 central continent goo immortals greeted by Chun Tian. By Chun Tian nodded. Currently, there were already 5 people beside him, including these 3 people and himself. There were 9 people. "Did you see Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun. The Gu immortals shook their heads. Have you seen this person before? Bai Chun Tian described Fang Yuan's appearance and clothing to the Gu immortals. The Central Continent Gu immortals looked at each other. One of them suddenly said, I think I saw him before, but I did not stop him. At that time I hid behind the driftwood, so he didn't notice me and just swam forward. Bai Chun Tian nodded. My lord, this person is not in our intelligence. Is he a friend or foe? Someone asked. The Central Continent Gu immortals were confused, because Bai Chun Tian was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal. He would not ask about a rank 7 Gu immortal for no reason. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's cultivation was not outstanding, especially among the Central Continent Gu immortals. Most of them had rank 7 cultivation level. But Bai Chun Tian's next words made the Central Continent Gu immortals' hearts shake. He is a strong enemy. If you meet him, you must be extra careful, because in terms of physical strength, I can only fight him to a draw. The Central Continent Gu immortals nodded. They had solemn expressions. What do we do now? Someone asked. We have the numbers now. We will swim up. If we can kill the enemy in reverse flow river, that would be for the best. Bai Chun Tian said this as killing intent surged in his heart. This was indeed a rather correct strategy. For the Central Continent Gu immortals, if they fought, they were not old ancestor Shui, Hu and Zishan Makoto's match. Now that he had lost the immortal Gu House Edgeling camp, he was no match for these two. The change in reverse flow river gave the Central Continent Gu immortals a great opportunity. Bai Chun Tian felt that as long as they could grasp this opportunity, they might be able to kill the enemy in reverse flow river and turn the tables. What's going on? Right at this time, a certain water path Gu immortal among the Central Continent Gu immortals sensed the change in the water flow. Next, these Central Continent Gu immortals saw that the reverse flow river water around them had calmed down from its turbulent state. Finally, the river surface slowly flowed with ripples. Large numbers of rocks, wood, and beast corpses were swept away by the silent river water. The speed was 5 times faster than the turbulent river water earlier. How can this be? Some Central Continent Gu immortals were caught off guard. They were swept away by the river water. In the blink of an eye, they were 200 to 300 steps away from Bai Chun Tian and the rest. Bai Chun Tian was the first to react. Quick, swim up. We cannot stop for even a moment. Reverse flow river has returned to normal. If we stop now, we will be swept away by the river. He shouted. Hearing Bai Chun Tian's reminder, the other Central Continent Gu immortals reacted. They quickly swam forward. So difficult. The river water is flowing slowly, but it is several times more difficult than the turbulent waves earlier. These wood and beast corpses are annoying. They are interfering with our progress. The Central Continent Gu immortals soon found that it was much more difficult to swim in this normal reverse flow. So what? The higher we are in reverse flow river, the more difficult it is to swim. Persevere. We do not need to swim upstream. We only need to wait for enemies to kill them. If we kill a rank 8 Gu immortal, we can turn the tables. Bai Chun Tian raised the morale. The Central Continent Gu immortals responded. This way, reverse flow river is our chance. Lord Bai Chun Tian, look ahead. The river water is still turbulent. Bai Chun Tian heard this and found something amiss. He frowned immediately. This was bad news. Swimming in the seemingly calm reverse flow river was much more tiring than swimming in the turbulent water. At this rate, as time passes, when Central Continent's Gu immortals encounter the enemies that were washed down by reverse flow river, they would be exhausted. They would be a bunch of exhausted soldiers. Quick, we need to swim to the front, into the turbulent water. Bai Chun Tian had a solemn expression as he gave the correct order. The Central Continent Gu immortals received the order and increased their speed. Fang Yuan swam in the current, He kept searching for Ing Wu Xie's figure, but he could not find him. The river water was turbulent. Huge waves were created from time to time. As the waves churned, the corpses of the wild beasts and countless rocks and trees in the river would be tossed up. The situation on the river was very complicated. Most importantly, the river was very wide. Fang Yuan could not patrol from a high vantage point. No matter how good his eyesight was, his vision was limited. However, he found many Gu immortals. Among them were Central Continent Gu immortals, as well as Northern Plains, snowy, mountain, blessed land peak lords. But Fang Yuan avoided them all. He did not deal with them. Dealing with these people would only waste his time. He would not gain anything. This river is too wide. I might have already surpassed Ing Wu Xie when I swam earlier. I am now upstream of him. This is possible. But Fang Yuan did not give up, because there was a high chance that Ing Wu Xie was still upstream. He swam with all his strength. He was like a fish, agilely moving forward in the complicated water. The sovereign immortal body gave him excellent eyesight, stamina, and recovery speed on par with rank 8 Gu immortals. And most importantly, he had trained his swimming ability to an instinctive level. All of this allowed him to surpass many Gu immortals. In contrast, because Bai Chun Tian had to gather the Central Continent Gu immortals, he had to search the same river segment. He was at the back. A leopard raccoon moved through the water, pouncing towards Zhao Lianyun. The leopard raccoon was smaller than a leopard, but it could swim. Thus, even though it was swept away by reverse flow river, it managed to survive. Go away. Mu Linglan slapped with one palm, killing the leopard raccoon. His other hand grabbed onto Zhao Lianyun's arm. Zhao Lianyun was only a phantom aperture false immortal. Her foundation was weak. She had almost no Dao marks. Without Gu worms, she was as weak as a normal person. Thankfully, when she was swept into reverse flow river, the rank 7 water path, Gu immortal Mu Linglan, was beside her. Because of Mu Linglan's protection, Zhao Lianyun managed to survive until now. Mu Linglan's water path, Dao marks, actually allowed him to breathe freely in water. At the same time, his water skills were outstanding as well. He protected Zhao Lianyun along the way. Not only did he avoid danger time and time again, he even brought her forward. Look, there's a mound ahead. After Mu Linglan repelled the leopard raccoon, his eyes shined as he saw a mound floating on the river surface. This mound is made of soil. No wonder it can float on the water and not sink. Let's rest there. Mu Linglan dragged Zhao Lianyun as he climbed the mound with difficulty. Zhao Lianyun was extremely tired. She was on the verge of death. Once she reached the shore, she collapsed on the mound, not moving, not wanting to get up. Mu Linglan was also extremely tired. He breathed roughly. Wait, there's someone on the mound. Mu Linglan suddenly stood up. His gaze turned ruthless. Don't be agitated, don't be agitated. A figure walked out of the forest on the mound. Mu Linglan saw this person and was stunned. Zhao Lianyun was even more stunned, because the person who appeared in front of them was Ma Hongyan. The immortals were all in a sorry state, but Ma Hongyan's clothes were clean and tidy. He was still chewing on a fruit in his hand. You are Ma Hongyan. Mu Linglan exclaimed. Ma Hongyan took a step back. Are you here to capture me? Zhao Lianyun mustered her remaining strength. She stood up shakily. She looked at Ma Hongyan. Her throat was moving, but she could not speak. Before using love, she had used Gu worms to speak, but now, in reverse flow river, she could not use any Gu worms. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun finally saw the person she had yearned for day and night. She was extremely excited. She took a step forward. But at the next moment, she hesitated. What did she look like now? She knew clearly. She was no longer young. She was an old woman. Her hair was white, her wrinkles were deep, and she was as thin as a stick. Could Ma Hongyan still recognize her in this appearance? Could she still use this appearance to meet her lover and let him see her like this? Zhao Lianyun suddenly lost all her courage. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Ma Hongyun's eyes. While Zhao Lianyun was hesitating, she suddenly heard Ma Hongyun's exclamation. You are Lady Xiao Yan! Zhao Lianyun's body shook. She raised her head and saw Ma Hongyun throwing away the fruit in his hand. He ran towards her excitedly. Lady Xiao Yan, Lady Xiao Yan, I missed you so much. Ma Hongyun shouted loudly. Mu Linglan saw this. He was deeply moved. He explained. Fairy Lianyun rushed over from Central Continent to save you. She ended up like this. Lady Xiao Yan. Ma Hongyun ran to Zhao Lianyun, grabbing Zhao Lianyun's hand. He also choked with sobs, unable to speak for a moment. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun only felt. Immense happiness filled her heart. All the sacrifices she made earlier were worth it. Chapter 1284. Boom! A dull sound came from the fate-reversing, sacrificial refinement subformation. Flood Extremity was no longer surprised. He took a glance before shifting his gaze. In just a while, the Gu Formation's light beam had shrunk by 50%. This Gu Formation is quite interesting. At this time, a strange voice entered Flood Extremity's ears. Who is it? Flood Extremity was shocked. His Gu Immortal aura burst out. He was about to use a powerful method. Lad, don't be nervous, don't move. That strange voice said calmly. At that moment, Flood Extremity could not move. He felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. This person was unimaginably strong. He was a Grand Rank 7 Gu Immortal, one of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven, but he could not react at all. He was easily suppressed by the other party. You are my master's descendant. As long as you do not attack me, I will not eat you. He he he. That voice said again. Next, Flood Extremity saw a huge beast the size of a hill. It slowly appeared in front of him. This was a 4-legged monster with purple fur. It looked like a ferret. The purple fur on its body was glossy and smooth, and its eyes shone like amethyst. The most eye-catching part was its tail. This was not a ferret's tail, it was a dog's tail. A ferret with a dog's tail? Flood Extremity was momentarily stunned, because he thought of a certain existence. As expected, at the next moment, the information path Gu Worm in his immortal aperture transmitted information to South Desolation Immortal. He could not leave now. This huge beast was the helper he invited to deal with anyone who dared to obstruct Longevity Heaven. You are the dog-tail life extending ferret? Ancestor, giant sun's mount? Flood Extremity stammered. The huge beast nodded. It grinned as it said in dissatisfaction, Don't call me Mount, I have a name too. I am Mao Li Chiu. Just call me Grandpa Mao. Mao. Grandpa Mao. On the other side, Black Extremity was also tongue-tied. He was still in shock. All right, let's stop this Gu Formation. Let's go to Reverse Flow River and take away Ma Hongyun and AI. Mao Li Chiu waved its claw. Immediately, intense winds blew as the aura of countless Gu worms burst out, forming into an immortal killer move. The fate-reversing sacrificial subformation that the Black Extremity had painstakingly set up collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. The Black Extremity's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Don't be like this. You're disturbing Grandpa Mao's sweet dreams. Is it fun? Hurry up and finish this. Grandpa Mao wants to go back to the cave to sleep. The huge sable Mao Li Chiu said, then exhaled. This aura spread out rapidly, binding up Flood Extremity and Flood Extremity in an instant. The giant marten's 4 limbs lightly stomped on the ground, and its heavy body that was as large as a mountain lightly flew into the sky. Beside it, Flood Extremity and Black Extremity were being dragged along by an invisible aura as they followed the giant marten towards the Reverse Flow River. What's going on? Reverse Flow River suddenly changed, affecting all the Gu Immortals inside the river. After a huge change, the entire reverse flow river calmed down. The river surface flowed slowly with faint ripples. Reverse flow river has returned to normal? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He felt that it was much more difficult now. A vast amount of junk could not move forward on their own. They were washed away by reverse flow river. At once, many Gua mortals chose to go downstream with these undead creatures, leaving reverse flow river. This was the only way to leave reverse flow river. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan did not see Ying Wuxia and the rest. He continued to move forward. In the sky, Bai Tian and the other central continent Gua mortals looked down at reverse flow river. These people originally wanted to go against the current, but the second half of the reverse flow river gradually returned to normal as the child formation was damaged. Bai Tian saw that this was not working. He could still hold on, but the other Gua mortals were expended. They chose to go downstream and leave reverse flow river, going upstream from the sky. However, this way they would become outsiders, and any methods they used against the reverse flow river would be returned to them. Bai Tian soon found Fang Yuan, who was in reverse flow river. We can forget about our previous enmity as long as you hand over affection, immortal Gu. Bai Tian sent an ultimatum to Fang Yuan. This is the rank 7 Gua mortal who fought Lord Bai Tian to a draw? How does he cultivate? The other central continent Gua mortals looked at Fang Yuan with curious gazes. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, ignoring Bai Tian. Someone among the central continent Gua mortals shouted, "Audacious! You dare to disrespect Lord Bai Tian." Bai Tian snorted coldly, "You think I can't do anything to you if you hide in reverse flow river? Before I'm washed down, you should worry about yourself. After all, this is not Central Continent." Fang Yuan replied without fear. Bai Tian's thoughts were exposed. His expression turned colder. He gave up on Fang Yuan and continued to move upstream. Fang Yuan's matter was a small matter. The most important thing was Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. Because the dog-tail life extending ferret destroyed the subformation, the complicated situation on the river became clear. The irrelevant items were washed away. Only a few groups of Gua mortals were left on the river. At the front were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun, and Mu Linglan. The second group were old ancestor Shui, Hu, Zishan Makoto, and Lady Wan Shou. The third group was the central continent rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Lingyang, as well as some central continent Gu immortals. The fourth group was Ying Wuxia and the rest, as well as some snowy peak lords. The fifth group was Fang Yuan. When he was swept into reverse flow river, he was too far from snowy mountain blessed land. He was at the back of the river. Even though he was swimming upstream, the others were also working hard. Speaking of which, the situation was quite interesting. Quick, swim forward. Mu Linglan looked at old ancestor Shui, Hu and Zishan Makoto were not far away. His heart was in his throat. The floating mound earlier had already been washed away. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun could only swim forward to avoid being caught by old ancestor Shui, who again. The second group was old ancestor Shui, Hu and Zishan Makoto. In order to catch Ma Hongyun again, they chased after him. The third group was Wei Lingyang. He did not want to give up. As long as he held back old ancestor Shui, Hu and Zishan Makoto, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would have a chance to swim downstream. They would be able to resolve this crisis. Ying Wuxia and the Snowy Mountain Demonic Path Gua mortals had the same idea as Wei Lingyang. Even though they were at the back, they had a chance. Look, the one behind us. Hey Lulan suddenly reminded. Ying Wuxia turned around and saw Fang Yuan. His heart jumped. He actually chased us all the way here. Right now, the river surface was calm. There was no debris. They could see very clearly. Thus, Ying Wuxia immediately found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not know about Zishan Makoto yet. even though he could see old ancestor Shui, who from his angle. But Zishan Makoto was a small person. He was thumb-sized. He was sitting on old ancestor Shui, whose shoulder he could not be seen clearly. Fang Yuan did not know what happened in snowy mountain-blessed land. Even though he met by Chen Tian, he only knew that a battle of rank 8s had happened in snowy mountain-blessed land. Why would Bai Chen Tian tell him which side had the advantage? Thus, Fang Yuan had always thought that as long as he got rid of Ing Wuxia and the rest, he would be able to resolve the threat of Shadow Sect. Thus, when he saw Ing Wuxia, his eyes shined with a bright light. He swam towards Ing Wuxia even faster. He is our enemy. A snowy mountain peak lord looked at Fang Yuan and sneered. Come, let's kill him together. Outside, Gu Immortal methods can be used. The situation is complicated. But in the reverse flow river, he's alone. Once he said this, the other Gu Immortals became restless. Ing Wuxia could not help but feel moved. If he could kill Fang Yuan now, it would be a good chance to obtain the sovereign immortal body. But the sovereign immortal body is not so easy to deal with. It is more appropriate to meet up with Lord Z. After all, my main body is still trapped in the dream realm. Ing Wuxia thought about it. He decided to look at the bigger picture. Follow me. We will meet up with Lord Snowy Mountain first. He is not the main point. Our biggest enemy is the central continent Gu Immortals. Ing Wuxia did not expose Fang Yuan's background. He successfully diverted the attention of the Snowy Mountain Gu Immortals. That's right. Let's meet up with Ancestor first. The Snowy Mountain Peak lords could not go with the flow now, because a rank 8 central continent Gu Immortal was already in the sky. Once they left Reverse Flow River, they would face the rank 8 Gu Immortals' methods. They could only stay in Reverse Flow River for now. But soon, they found that staying in Reverse Flow River was not easy. In this special environment, if they could not move forward, they would be washed away by the river. Back then, Renzu had failed in Reverse Flow River. At the final moment of success, his efforts had failed. Nobody felt that they could achieve the same feat as Renzu. But in the current situation, every group of Gu Immortals had their own reasons to stay in Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyin, you cannot escape. Old Ancestor, Snowy Mountain's gaze was cold. Lady Wan Shou snickered. Quick, let's go. They are catching up. Ma Hongyun and Mu Linglan moved to the left and right, supporting Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Lianyun, hold on. We are about to catch up. Wei Ling shouted. Ing Wuxia was behind them, waiting for an opportunity. At the same time, he was having a headache over Fang Yuan. He had to move faster and delay Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxia. Fang Yuan was already getting closer to Ing Wuxia. Soon, someone could not hold on anymore. The first was a Snowy Mountain Peak lord. He was almost out of stamina. His face was pale as he swam with the flow. Fang Yuan took the initiative to avoid him. Now was not the time to fight. If he stopped moving, he would be dragged down. Even if he got rid of his opponent, he would fall behind. Be careful! In the sky, Bai Chen Tian shouted. We finally caught up to you. You mice! Old Ancestor Shui, who had already swum behind Zhao Lianyun and the rest. Zhao Lianyun knew that he had no more stamina. If he continued, he would only be a burden to Ma Hongyin. Chapter 1285. Mu Linglan. Behind Old Ancestor Shui, who Wei Ling shouted angrily. Mu Linglan had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and moved faster than Zhao Lianyun, pushing the frail Zhao Lianyun into Ma Hongyan's arms. Live well! Saying this, he turned around and hugged Old Ancestor Shui, whose waist. Old Ancestor Shui, who struggled, but he could not move forward. He was washed away by the Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyin and Zhao Lianyun's crisis was resolved for now. Quick, leave! Ma Hongyin held on to Zhao Lianyun. His heart was pounding. Damn you! Old Ancestor Shui, who hated Mu Linglan to the core. He kicked Mu Linglan's chest with his knees. His Dao marks naturally surpassed Mu Linglan by countless times. Mu Linglan was only rank 7. How could he be his match? Soon his bones broke. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the surrounding river red. After more than 10 breaths of time, Mu Linglan could not hold on any longer. He stopped breathing and died. Seeing their comrade die in front of them, the Central Continent Gu immortals were furious. Mu Linglan, Central Continent, will remember your sacrifice. The Celestial Court will remember it. Wei Ling shouted as he pounced towards Old Ancestor Shui Hu. Old Ancestor Shui, who was entangled by Mu Linglan. He had already fallen to the third group. He was immediately attacked by the furious Central Continent Gu immortals. Shui Hu. Lady Wan Shou was worried about her husband's safety. She rushed back to help him. Both sides fought and flowed downstream. They soon collided with Ing Wu Xie and the rest in the fourth group. At this moment, a large number of Gu immortals were fighting in the river. The scene was very chaotic. Bai Chen Tian and the rest were dumbfounded as they watched from the sky. They were grand Gu immortals, but now they had lost all their poise. They were fighting in the water like mortals fighting each other. But it was too late for Bai Chen Tian to interfere now. Soon, blood dyed the surroundings red. Many Gu immortal corpses flowed downstream. Ing Wu Xie. Fang Yuan joined the battle. He had finally arrived. Where is my lord? Ing Wu Xie finally found Old Ancestor Shui, who in the chaotic battle, and asked loudly, Still upstream. Old Ancestor Shui, who answered. As it turned out, while Old Ancestor Shui, who and Mu Linglan were entangled, Zishan Makoto went upstream alone, planning to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun alive. Precisely so, Old Ancestor Shui, who was willing to fight with the Central Continent Gu immortals. This was his plan to obstruct the enemy. Having received the answer, Ing Wu Xie whistled and led He Lulan and the others away from the battle, rushing toward Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan roared, Ing Wu Xie, where are you going? Ing Wu Xie sighed and shouted, Where is Tai Bai Yunsheng? You guys go. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately responded. With an expression that said he was unafraid of death, he pounced on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was blocked. Ing Wu Xie, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing managed to escape. Bam, bam, bam. Fang Yuan's attacks were heavy and powerful. Soon, Tai Bai Yunsheng's bones and tendons were broken. But Tai Bai Yunsheng was already determined to die. He tightly clung onto Fang Yuan and hugged him tightly, even using his teeth to bite and headbutt. Fang Yuan could not break free at this moment. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, Old Bai, do you still remember Imperial Court, blessed land? Tai Bai Yunsheng was stunned. He exposed a flaw. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with ruthlessness. His 2 fingers pierced Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes mercilessly. Tai Bai Yunsheng was heavily injured. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his eye sockets. Fang Yuan used this opportunity to attack again. Tai Bai Yunsheng finally stopped moving. He was motionless. He was dead. Humph! Fang Yuan shook off Tai Bai Yunsheng's corpse as he continued to swim, chasing after Ing Wu Xie. At this moment, Old Ancestor Shui, Hu and Wei Lingyang's chaotic battle was also split up. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Bai Chen Tian looked at Reverse Flow River. He could see the situation clearly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at the front. They were the first group. Zishan Makoto was second. Ing Wu Xie and the rest were third. Fang Yuan was fourth. Old Ancestor Shui, Hu and Lady Wan Shou were fifth. Wei Lingyang and the rest of the Central Continent Gu immortals were sixth. Bai Chen Tian was anxious. Central Continent's side was already in a disadvantageous position. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in the first group. There was no second Mu Linglan to protect them. The second group's Zishan Makoto was the enemy, while Ing Wuxia and the rest were vicious members of Shadow Sect. The fifth group was Old Ancestor Shui, Hu and Lady Wan Shou. There was no need to mention them. Without a choice, Bai Chen Tian could only target Fang Yuan. Friend, you only need to protect the lives of the two people at the front. You will obtain the friendship of Central Continent and even the Celestial Court. Just tell me, what immortal goo or cultivation resources do you want? My huge Central Continent can satisfy you. As long as you protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. This again. Fang Yuan heard this and sighed internally. He thought of Imperial Court, blessed land. In Imperial Court, blessed land, he was facing a choice. If he could help Ma Hongyun, it would be very beneficial to him. The current situation was similar to the Royal Court, blessed land. But Fang Yuan did not say anything. He only swam upwards. Right now, he wanted to get rid of Ing Wuxia and the rest. Who cares about Ma Hongyun? Get lost. But what followed was a long stalemate. The further up Reverse Flow River went, the harder it was to move. Stamina and Dao Mark Foundation were secondary. The most important thing was the test of one's willpower. Lady Xiaoyin, we need to persevere. I believe that there will definitely be a chance. Ma Hongyun continued to speak, encouraging Zhao Lianyun in his arms. The river water was cold, but in Ma Hongyun's arms, Zhao Lianyun felt an incomparable warmth. This warmth gave her great motivation. She could still grit her teeth and persevere. Following behind them was Zishan Makoto. Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun. Hee. As long as I capture you, I can suppress Old Ancestor Shui Hu. At that time, I'll let him deal with Southern Border's giant dream realm. Purple Mountain, True Monarch's mind was racing. Protect Lord Purple. Ing Wuxia was worried. Wife, wake up. Old Ancestor Shui, whose side had a problem. Lady Wan Shou had fainted. She was heavily injured in the chaotic battle. She lasted for a while before fainting. Old Ancestor Shui, who panicked internally. He gritted his teeth and stopped paddling, hugging Lady Wan Shou as he allowed himself to be washed away by Reverse Flow River. Wei Lingyan and the rest allowed him to leave. They wanted one less strong competitor. Old Ancestor Shui, who quickly left Reverse Flow River, using Gu immortal methods. He stabilized Lady Wan Shou's condition. Bai Chen Tian became nervous. He could not deal with Old Ancestor Shui, who alone. The other Central Continent Gu immortals around him could not interfere in the battle of rank 8s without immortal Gu houses. I'll kill you first. Old Ancestor Shui, who carefully placed the unconscious Lady Wan Shou into his immortal aperture. Next, he charged towards Bai Chen Tian. He was the #1 demonic path person in Northern Plains. He was ruthless. How could he give up on this chance to beat up a fallen enemy? At most, I will die. Bai Chen Tian was determined to die. He did not dodge. But when the two rank 8s were about to fight, they sensed a powerful aura. The mountainous, dog-tailed Violet Martin finally arrived at the Reverse Flow riverside with Flood Extremity and Black Extremity. Chapter 1286. Outside Reverse Flow River. Old Ancestor Shui, who wanted to fight Bai Chen Tian, but at this time the dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Li Chiu appeared. Why is this ferret here? Doesn't it stay in a cave all year round? Old Ancestor Shui, who was shocked. This ferret had a huge origin. It was Giant Sun Immortal's mount in the past. Giant Sun Immortal subdued it in his later years. His motive was obvious. It was to find a way to extend his lifespan. This dog-tail life-extending ferret had a huge amount of Dao marks. It was very mystical. As it grew older, its dog tail would shorten along with its lifespan. Once its lifespan was near its end, its tail would vanish. Thus, whenever it felt that its lifespan was near its end, it would devour an immemorial, desolate hound. After devouring it, the dog-tail life-extending ferret would obtain the immemorial, desolate hound's lifespan. It would grow a dog tail and continue living. Precisely so, Giant Sun Immortal died, while the dog-tail life-extending ferret survived until now. This giant ferret was blessed by Giant Sun Immortal. It gained intelligence and knew how to use goo worms, even immortal killer moves. It was an immemorial, desolate beast. It had intelligence and could use immortal goo to unleash all sorts of methods. Its strength was unfathomable. Even old Ancestor Shui, who was wary of it, old Ancestor Shui, who wanted to deal with Bai Chin Tian. But now that the dog-tail life-extending ferret appeared, he gave up on this plan. To think that Mao Li Chiu saved me. Bai Chun Tian let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. He also knew about the dog-tail life-extending ferret, because this immemorial, desolate beast was too famous, like Central Continent's Hokong, and that evil dragon Dizongxing. There were special existences. Their battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. Old Ancestor Shui, whose gaze focused on the 2 longevity heaven goo immortals beside the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Old Ancestor Shui, whose gaze was focused on Black Extremity. He chuckled coldly. As expected, Sun Minglu, you are a member of Longevity Heaven. To think that Longevity Heaven has already started to target me. He had already guessed this before, and now that he saw the Black Extremity in person, his guesses were confirmed. Black Extremity bowed towards Old Ancestor Shui, who, Old Ancestor Shui, who we meet again. I am Black Extremity, one of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven. My name, Sun Minglu, is merely an alias I used to travel around northern plains. Old Ancestor Shui, who sneered, but did not show any signs of attacking. That was because the dog-tailed life-extending ferret was by the Black Extremity side. It was not that Old Ancestor Shui who was afraid of Mao Li Chiu, but he knew that the crux of the matter was not on the 3 of them, but on Reverse Flow River. Before the situation in the Reverse Flow River was settled, it was not a good time to make a move and let a third party take advantage of the situation. After greeting Old Ancestor Shui, who, Black Extremity, stared at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun in the river. Grandpa Mao, the 2 people in front are our targets. The Black Extremity reminded the dog-tailed, life-extending Martin. Bai Chun Tian frowned. Old Ancestor Shui, whose sneer became even colder. But Mao Li Chiu did not care as it curled its lips. Its huge beast face showed a very human expression. No rush. Let's wait for them to decide the victor. We are outside Reverse Flow River. Even though we can use goo worms, we cannot attack it. Any immortal method will be reflected on us by Reverse Flow River. Why would I seek trouble for myself? Although every strike of the Reverse Flow River would reduce a portion of the river's water, the Reverse Flow River was not as powerful as before. But with such a large river, how many years and months would it take to dry it up? I, Grandpa Mao, won't do such a thankless thing. Saying so, it paused before continuing. Don't worry, these people will not last long. The further upstream Reverse Flow River goes, the more willpower is tested. Hee, they are swimming in Reverse Flow River now. Any thoughts of persevering in their minds will be reflected by Reverse Flow River. Any determination will waver and be washed away by Reverse Flow River. The 3 rank 8 existences were wary of each other. They did not attack. Outside the river, the goo immortals were all looking at Reverse Flow River. In the river, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still in first place. Purple Mountain True Monarch was in the 2nd position, very close to Ma and Zhao. Ying Wuxia, by Ningbing, and He Lulan were 3rd. Next was Feng Yuan. The 5th was originally Old Ancestor Shui, who and Lady Wan Shou, but earlier Old Ancestor Shui, who gave up on the competition to save the unconscious Lady Wan Shou. He came to Reverse Flow River. Thus, the 5th was Celestial Court's rank 8 rule path, Gu Immortal Wei Lingyang, as well as several Central Continent Gu Immortals. Zishan Makoto moved his limbs. He even flapped the thin wings on his back from time to time. Ma and Zhao were already very close to him. I need to persevere. If I capture these two, I will be able to suppress old ancestor Shui, Hu, and deal with Central Continent. Zishan Makoto's eyes were filled with determination. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect on the will in his mind. He shook his head, trying to get rid of the hesitation in his heart. 90,000 years ago, Providence attacked. I had to make many deductions before I found the final hope of survival. I sealed myself and turned into a purple gold rock. But I was still framed by Providence and often fell into a state of insanity and amnesia. These last 100,000 years, I woke up many times and experienced many dangers. With the help of Shadow Sect, I managed to escape and survive. Right now, even though my main body successfully refined the sovereign immortal aperture, it was snatched away by others. My main body fell into a dream realm again. He is in a precarious situation. The huge Shadow Sect has already been wiped out. The situation does not allow me to fail. I need to persevere until I capture Ma and Zhao. We are about to succeed. Zishan Makoto's dual sources shined. He was already very close to Ma and Zhao. Oh no, Zishan Makoto is going to capture Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were shocked. Old ancestor Shui, Hu, Ing Wuxia, and the rest had joyful expressions. What do we do? Flood Extremities shouted. Nothing. Mao Li Chiu rolled its eyes, unless they come out. Ah. But at this time, Zishan Makoto suddenly screamed as he hugged his head, struggling with a pained expression. What is going on? What happened? The immortals were bewildered. He actually acted up at this time. Damn it! Ing Wuxia cursed the heavens in his heart. At the crucial moment, Zishan Makoto fell into a state of insanity. He swam down rapidly. Thankfully, Ing Wuxia was already following Zishan Makoto to prevent him from falling into insanity. He immediately caught Zishan Makoto. The group of four continued to swim upwards. This way, Ma and Zhao escaped danger. They were still in first place. Zishan Makoto fell down. He was in second place with Ing Wuxia and the rest. Third was Fang Yuan. Fourth was the Central Continent Gu Immortals, led by Wei Lingyang. Lord Wei Lingyang, it is all up to you. Bai Chen Tian was overjoyed. The Central Continent Gu Immortals also started to cheer. Something happened to Zishan Makoto. This was great news to Central Continent, especially those Gu Immortals who did not know Fang Yuan's true strength. They felt that only Central Continent rank 8 Wei Lingyang was left in Reverse Flow River. Even though Wei Lingyang was in last place, he could still win. Wei Lingyang gritted his teeth. The difficulty of swimming was getting higher, and more importantly, Reverse Flow River was affecting his every thought. Any thought of swimming upwards and persevering would be affected by Reverse Flow River. Many thoughts were washed away, but there was one thought that seemed to have taken root in Wei Lingyang's heart. I need to persevere, because I am Central Continent's only hope. If I can capture Ma Hongyan and save Zhao Lianyun, we will have a chance to return in victory. I cannot fail. Central Continent's glory, Celestial Court's glory, I cannot lose it because of me. Wei Lingyang swam forward as usual. He was very stable. The Central Continent Gu Immortals around him also followed behind him. This group of Gu Immortals was the largest force in Reverse Flow River. They were very eye-catching. Even the dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Li Chiu said, "Oh, it seems that Central Continent has a huge advantage. Celestial Court's influence is still as long as ever. This cannot happen. Ma Hongyan is a Northern Plains person." Bai Chen Tian frowned. He looked at Mao Li Chiu, then at old ancestor Shui Hu had a cold expression. He started to worry. Even if Wei Lingyang defeats his competitors and captures Ma and Zhao, what will happen after he leaves Reverse Flow River? Bai Chun Tian thought about it, but could not think of a way to escape. He could only continue to watch. Time passed by minutes and seconds. The situation in Reverse Flow River did not change. Ma Zhao was still first. Ying Wuxia and the rest were second. Fang Yuan was in the third place. And Wei Lingyang and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals were fourth. The order of the four groups of Gu Immortals did not change, but the distance between them had shrunk. Oh, these people are actually able to persevere. Strange. How can there be such heroes among humans? The dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Li Chiu mumbled. As expected, the great era is coming. Every time a great era that can create a venerable, large numbers of geniuses will emerge like a geyser. Bai Chun Tian's eyes shined with bright light. He assessed the Gu Immortals on Central Continent's side, memorizing their appearances. These people had strong wills. If they grew up, they would become pillars of their respective ancient sects. Persevere. The sect has entrusted the task of protecting Fairy Lianyun to me. I will not give up. I will never give up. Bu Zhenzi frowned. It is like Gu refinement, no matter how difficult the process is or how unpredictable the results are. As long as I persevere, there will be gains. Yu Yizi encouraged himself internally. Shi Zhang Yi had a furious expression. Lord Mu Linglan sacrificed himself to protect Fairy Lianyun. Chapter 1287. Reverse Flow River flowed quietly. The higher they went, the calmer the river was. But in the minds of the people who were swimming, Reverse Flow River was flowing in, creating huge waves that would repel any thoughts of swimming upstream. Destruction was not scary, but thoughts and spirits were destroyed. Back then, Rinzhu also lost in Reverse Flow River. Now, these Gu Immortals were going to repeat Rinzhu's mistake. Damn it, I can't hold on anymore. At the next moment, Yu Yizi reached his limit. He could not move forward anymore. He was quickly washed away by Reverse Flow River. Next was the second Central Continent Gu Immortal. The third, Shi Zhang Yi, was exhausted. He fainted and was washed away by Reverse Flow River. Bu Zhenzi was very unwilling, but he could only watch as he floated away. Bai Chun Tian and the rest had ugly expressions as the Central Continent Gu Immortals got eliminated. Not long after, the Central Continent side that had the advantage in numbers only had rank 8 Gu Immortal Wei Lingyang left. To be able to reach rank 8, his willpower was truly shocking. Wei Lingyang displayed the foundation of a rank 8 expert. As for those Gu Immortals who were washed away, Bai Chun Tian gathered them one by one. They were not obstructed by old ancestor Shui, or the dog-tail life extending ferret Mali Chiu. Why are our Gu Immortals washed away, but these useless people are still in the river? Some Central Continent Gu Immortals could not stand in Wu Xie, Fang Yuan, and the rest. Mere rank 6, their willpower is truly shocking. But we have all been washed away. They will be here soon. A Central Continent Gu Immortal who had just been washed out of Reverse Flow River said. However, before Fang Yuan or Ying Wuxia ran out of strength, they saw something happening to Ma Hongyan. Ma Hongyan, who was swimming with all his might, suddenly choked on some water. He was almost washed away. Be careful! Even Bai Chun Tian could not help but call out. Ying Wuxia was overjoyed, but at the next moment, Ma Hongyan regained his composure and continued to swim. It was a false alarm. It's that girl, her willpower is quite shocking. Mao Li Chiu saw through the details. It turned out that at the crucial moment, Zhao Lianyun had actually helped Ma Hongyan, allowing him to stabilize again. As a matter of fact, when the Reverse Flow River returned to normal, it didn't pose much of a challenge to one's stamina. This was especially true when one reached the upper reaches. The river water became slower and shallower, but the counteracting force against one's willpower and thoughts became stronger and stronger. Hong Yin, we can't be separated again. Do you know how much I've experienced, how much I've suffered, and how much I've lost in order to be with you again? Zhao Lianyun was speechless. At this moment, she did not have the strength to speak. Her aged body had already burst forth with a power that even Zhao Lianyun himself found hard to believe. Zhao Lianyun had forgotten about her physical strength and her old age. She just wanted to be with Ma Hongyan. Even if he swam with all his might, he did not even have the time to look at the person beside him. Even if he couldn't speak, even if he was in danger. Even if the result is tragic, I will try my best to persevere. Every minute and every second, as long as I'm with him, shoulder to shoulder, no matter what we do, no matter what the situation is, I feel blessed. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun continued to swim forward. Although their speed was very slow, the situation had stabilized. It was a false alarm. By Chen Tian and the other Central Continent Gu immortals, as well as Flood Extremity and Black Extremity, were all shocked. Old Ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, he could not conceal his disappointment. Reverse Flow River, which was the focus of all the immortals. Every time the situation changed, the Gu immortals who were watching from the outside would be affected, even if there were rank 8 Gu immortals among them. Even rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals were experts among the same cultivation level. They were elites of their regions. Even an immortal zombie body feels tired. Ing Wu Xia smiled bitterly. On his head, Zishan Makoto was pulling Ing Wu Xia's hair. He was screaming and playing around, crying and laughing at times. I am only a split soul of my main body. I have not been in this world for long. But from the moment I appeared in this world, I knew the responsibility I had to bear. Now, Lord Z has gone crazy again. If I leave him alone, he might choke to death in the river. I am the only hope of Shadow Sect. Even if I die of exhaustion here, I cannot give up. Only by capturing Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun will I have a bargaining chip to stall for time until Lord Z regains consciousness. His responsibilities made Ing Wu Xia persevere. Bai Ning Bing gritted her teeth. Her chest was heaving up and down. He. She even laughed lightly. Her face was twisted. Her eyes were shining with fervor. Spectacular. This is spectacular. In the Reverse Flow River, I experienced something I had never experienced before. This is the path that Renzu walked on back then. Interesting, this is too interesting. Even if I fail, this trip is not in vain. Even if I lose my life, it is worth it. He Lulan, however, had a furious expression. How can I stop here? Mother, I have not taken revenge for you yet. I have not killed that man with my own hands. Roar. Hang in there for me. He Lolan's body was shaking. She was bursting with unimaginable determination. However, as time passed, someone finally could not hold on anymore. Is this the end of my excitement? I still have great enmity, not? Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were exhausted and were washed out. However, there was no need to worry about their safety. Old Ancestor Shui, who was already waiting outside the river. Thus, there were only 6 people left in the Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun were first. Ing Wu Xia and insane Zishan Makoto were second. Fang Yuan was third. Wei Lingyang was fourth. There is still hope. Now, old Ancestor Shui, who placed all his hopes on Ing Wu Xia, as long as Ing Wu Xia captured Ma and Zhao Lianyun, old Ancestor Shui, whose side would have the initiative and control Central Continents by Qin Tian and the rest, as well as Longevity Heaven's Dogtail Life Extending Ferret. However, if Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun were washed out, everyone would have a chance. At that time, a chaotic battle would erupt, and it would be unclear who would win. Not only did it depend on their strength, it also depended on their luck. Lord Wei Lingyang, it is up to you now. Bai Chen Tian thought to himself. He clenched his fists. They were filled with sweat. The dog-tail life extending ferret snickered. A pair of huge eyes stared at the surface of the river. No one knew what it was thinking. Ah, the glory of our great celestial court. A moment later, Wei Lingyang screamed at the sky. He was unwilling, but he reached his limit. He was washed away by reverse flow river. Central Continent's Go Immortals gasped in shock. Someone shouted in disbelief. How can this be? Lord Wei Lingyang is a grand rank 8 Go Immortal. How can he lose to these people? Upstream of reverse flow river has nothing to do with cultivation level. It depends on one's own willpower. Someone explained. Central Continent's Go Immortals were silent. Didn't this mean that the grand rank 8 Celestial Court's Go Immortal Wei Lingyang's willpower could not compare to these people? Bai Chen Tian spoke slowly. Don't forget, earlier, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyan were resting on a mound made of soil. According to the information, they even had wild fruits to eat. When reverse flow river flowed, they were already at the front, while the Go Immortals behind them had to fight for a long time. Their stamina and willpower would be expended in this process. Central Continent's Go Immortals realized. That's right. Even though Lord Wei Lingyang lost, if we start from the same starting point, he will definitely be the final victor. Because of Bai Chen Tian's words, Central Continent's Go Immortals' morale stabilized. Bai Chen Tian was expressionless, but his heart was heavy. What should we do now? Bai Chen Tian was hesitant. As far as Central Continent was concerned, they were already at a huge disadvantage. The safer choice was to retreat and preserve their strength, or they could go to Black Heaven and see if they could meet up with Myriad Tidal Dragon. With the help of the immortal Gu House, they might be able to retaliate. The third choice was to stay here and fight with old ancestor Shui, Hu, and the dog-tail life extending ferret for Ma and Zhao. Let's wait for Wei Lingyang to return before discussing this. This was a huge matter. Bai Chen Tian could not make the decision. After all, he was not the leader. Wei Lingyang was the leader. However, while they were waiting, something happened in the reverse flow river again. I am unresigned. Ing Wu Xia raised his head and shouted, but soon he was submerged by reverse flow river and washed away. It is finally over. Ing Wu Xia die. Fang Yuan screamed internally. He had been waiting for this moment. He and Ing Wu Xia collided violently. Both sides fought in the water, but they stopped moving forward. But this way, Fang Yuan and Ing Wu Xia, as well as Zishan Makoto, were unavoidably washed away by reverse flow river, the sovereign immortal body against the strength path immortal zombie. Without a doubt, Ing Wu Xia was at an absolute disadvantage. He was instantly beaten by Fang Yuan's punches and kicks. His bones and tendons were broken. But immortal zombies were living dead. They only had one weakness, the brain. Even the heart was not a weakness. Fang Yuan had been an immortal zombie for a period of time. He naturally knew the crux of this. But Ing Wu Xia protected his brain. No matter how Fang Yuan destroyed the other parts of his body, he chose to protect his brain. Undoubtedly, this was a smart choice, because if he delayed, Fang Yuan would be dragged out of reverse flow river. Then it would be time for Ing Wu Xia to counterattack. Don't forget, there was still He Lulan by Ningbing and old ancestor Shui Hu. Among everyone present, only Fang Yuan was completely alone. This was a race against time. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ing Wu Xia and Zishan Makoto before they left reverse flow river. Meanwhile, Ing Wu Xia was trying his best to stall for time. Chapter 1288. The main reason was fighting in the water greatly affected Fang Yuan's attack continuity, because he needed to swim to the surface of the river to breathe. In this aspect, Fang Yuan could not compare to the dead Mu Linglan. The latter was a water path Gu Immortal he had special water path Dao marks on him that allowed him to breathe underwater. In contrast, immortal zombies did not need to breathe, because immortal zombies were dead people to begin with. Humph. Fang Yuan's attacks did not work. He suddenly changed his target to Zishan Makoto, who was in Ying Wuxie's arms. Ying Wuxie was worried about Zishan Makoto's safety. He quickly tried to save him. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his target, his fingers stabbing towards Ying Wuxie's eyes. This move was vicious and ruthless. As long as he stabbed, Fang Yuan would be able to stab into Ying Wuxie's head and take his life. Ying Wuxie's heart shook. He could not defend in time, he felt despair. But right at this time, a change occurred. Zishan Makoto suddenly came out, charging towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan had the initiative, he naturally had the strength to defend. He grabbed Zishan Makoto. At the same time, he tried to clench his fist and crush Zishan Makoto to death. But even though Zishan Makoto was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, his Wisdom Path Dao marks were deep and unfathomable. Fang Yuan felt like he was grabbing a slippery eel. He actually managed to squeeze Zishan Makoto away. Zishan Makoto escaped from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. His body was extremely agile. He swam in the water. His wings increased his agility. Fang Yuan's following attacks missed. Then Zishan Makoto flew to Ying Wuxie's side, grabbed his collar, and swam with all his might, unexpectedly shaking off Fang Yuan in an instant. Ying Wuxie was both surprised and overjoyed. He looked at Zishan Makoto and saw that his eyes were clear and bright. He immediately knew that at this critical moment of life and death, Zishan Makoto had regained his senses. Awesome! Ying Wuxie's heart leaped with joy. Now that Zishan Makoto had woken up, the two of them could completely regroup and capture Ma and Zhao alive. Let's go! Zishan Makoto carried Ying Wuxie and quickly left along the river. His body was small, but he possessed enormous power. Lord Z. Realization dawned on Ying Wuxie at once. Indeed, very soon, Zishan Makoto once again descended into a state of insanity. Sigh. Ying Wuxie sighed deeply. He now knew why Zishan Makoto had retreated. Because he was in an unstable state. Because of Zishan Makoto's interference, Fang Yuan could not get rid of Ying Wuxie. Moreover, he had fallen for a long distance. He was very far away from Ma and Zhao. Old ancestor Shui, who had an unhappy expression. With Ying Wuxie and Zishan Makoto's retreat, only 3 people were left in Reverse Flow River. They were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun, and Fang Yuan. Who is this person? He is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. He actually foiled my plans? Old ancestor Shui, who showed deep killing intent towards Fang Yuan. He Lulan was already standing beside old ancestor Shui, who, hearing his question, she had a thought. Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxie clearly had deep hatred. He had to answer now. He Lulan had already become a member of Shadow Sect. At this moment, she could not expose Fang Yuan's true identity. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had another identity. She answered, he is Lu Guanyi. Lu Guanyi? The demonic path Gu Immortal who killed Yi Lui Kunxing and cultivated ancient sword dragon transformation? Old ancestor Shui, who was stunned before reacting. He knew about Lu Guanyi. Even though he was refining Gu in snowy mountain blessed land, he had been paying attention to Northern Plains' situation. Because the rank 8 Gu Immortals of Northern Plains were the obstacles to him refining fortune, rivaling heaven immortal Gu. As for Lu Guanyi and Chu Du, old ancestor Shui, who did not care about them. But to think that a certain minor character who he did not care about would spoil his plans today, at this moment. Ha ha ha, luck is on our side after all. The dog-tail life extending ferret laughed loudly. Its laughter reverberated in the surroundings. By Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang had already gathered, Central Continent's Gu Immortals were waiting. It seemed that they chose to stay and wait for a chance. Old ancestor Shui, who, He Lulan, and by Ningbing stood together. All three sides were together, waiting for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to be eliminated. Fairy Lianyun, Ma Hongyun, you can come out now. Even if our central continent Gu immortals sacrifice our lives, we will protect you. Wei Lingyang said loudly. Laughable. Central continent fellows actually want to snatch people from me. The dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Liqiu, glared at them, feeling very displeased. Black Extremity was worried that Mao Liqiu's ferocity would scare Ma Hongyun. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. Ma Hongyun, you obtained fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu's recognition. You have Giant Sun's bloodline. You are a member of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven is the source of our bloodline. Ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. We're here to take you home. Old Ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, threatening Feng Yuan. Lu Guan, if you can capture Ma and Zhao, I will allow you to become the third peak lord of Snowy Mountain. I, Shui Hu, am a man of my words, you can rest assured. If you succeed with my support, your future path of cultivation will be smooth. Hearing his words, the other Gu immortals started to pay attention to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan lost the chance to killing Wu Xie. There was no other way. He had already tried his best. But the foundation of a rank 8, the advantage of a strength path immortal zombie in reverse flow river, and most importantly, Zishan Makoto's momentary clarity. All of these pushed him towards the abyss of failure. I failed. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. The situation was very dangerous for him. Among the 3 rank 8s outside the river, only old Ancestor Shui who could rely on. But old Ancestor Shui, who had people from Shadow Sect beside him. If I leave Reverse Flow River, these 3 rank 8s can attack me. My speed cannot match Hui Feng Zi. Even with myriad self and familiar face, there is little hope of escaping from these 3 rank 8s. Feng Yuan was clear about his own strength. However, if I can capture Ma and Zhao, they will be the best bargaining chips. Central Continent and Longevity Heaven will be willing to trade for them, not to mention old Ancestor Shui, who, I might even be able to use him to eliminate Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's gaze was fixed on Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He swam up with all his might towards the 2 of them. Ma and Zhao saw Feng Yuan's movement. They were the only ones left in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's malicious intent was clear. Ma and Zhao could only grit their teeth and continue swimming forward. Persevere. I barely escaped from Snowy Mountain. I do not want to be captured again. And Lady Xiaoyan, she became like this because of me. I need to save her. Thus, I need to persevere. Ma Hongyun, you can do it. Keep it up. Ma Hongyun gritted his teeth, swimming forward with all his might. Even though he was extremely tired, he had great motivation in his heart. Feng Yuan's speed was faster than Ma and Zhao. But earlier, when he fought with Wu Xie, he was pushed back by Reverse Flow River for a long time. Thus, Ma and Zhao were safe, unless something happened to them and they could not hold on anymore. Time gradually flowed by, and this peculiar competition had finally reached its final juncture. Outside the river, a large number of Gu immortals watched the 3's actions. At this time, Zhao Lianyun's expression changed. While she was swimming, her feet suddenly touched the ground. Next, she subconsciously stepped on the ground and stood up from Reverse Flow River. Her head and shoulders were above the water. This change made her and Ma Hongyun happy and surprised. How can this be? Flood Extremity was shocked. The dog-tail life extending ferret yawned. Don't be so surprised. The upstream of Reverse Flow River gets shallower and shallower. Haven't you read the legends of Rinzhu? Back then, Rinzhu wanted to walk out of Reverse Flow River, but he failed at the final step. So that's it. Mao Liqiu said loudly. The Central Continent Gu immortals also realized. Unknowingly, they're already at the upstream. Guys, look. They're only 100 steps away from the end of the upper reaches. Could it be that Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyan can break the record and do something that even the Ren Zhu couldn't do? Could it be that they can walk out of the reverse flow river? Not necessarily. Back then, Ren Zhu started from the downstream. Ma and Zhao gained a lot of advantages. Even so, it is a grand feat. That's right, their willpower is truly shocking. The Gu immortals discussed this topic intensely. Even Mao Liqiu winked. This means that this Ma Hongyan is really not bad. He can actually get out of reverse flow river. Flood Extremity and Black Extremity looked at each other, the former said proudly. As expected of the person chosen by fortune rivaling heaven, immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was still moving his limbs, trying to swim upstream, while Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun were already walking in reverse flow river. Almost all of the Gu immortals were looking at Ma and Zhao. The immortals wanted to know if these two could break the human record, in a sense surpass Renzu, and walk out of reverse flow river from the upstream. Step by step, Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun held onto each other. They were shakily moving forward. They were extremely tired, they were numb, but they persisted. With every step, their bodies would shake, like willow branches in the wind. If they fell down at the next moment, nobody would be surprised. But in this state, they continued to move forward. This scene shook the immortals' hearts. What kind of willpower is this? Is this the power of love? The two of them supported each other. They went through thick and thin together. Regardless of the result, I am filled with admiration towards these two. The commotion outside the river gradually stopped as Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun reached the end of the upstream. The immortals held their breaths. Chapter 1289. Am I going to fail? Fang Yuan was still swimming. Seeing this, his heart felt heavy. No, as long as it is not the last moment, I will still have a chance. I cannot give up. The last step, Bai Chun Tian shouted. The immortals did not even breathe loudly. All of them became nervous. Their eyes widened. They wanted to witness this grand moment. Grandpa Mao, get ready. When Ma Hongyan comes out, we will snatch him. Black Extremity transmitted, reminding the dog-tail life extending ferret. But the latter transmitted, no need to snatch. Grandpa Mao, what do you mean? Black Extremity was anxious. At this time, Ma Hongyan pulled Zhao Lianyun's hand, finally taking the last step. His left foot was still in the reverse flow river, and the water couldn't even cover his left foot. His right foot was already in the air, about to step out of the river. At this time, no one could stop Ma Hongyan, unless Zhao Lianyun went crazy or Ma Hongyan himself gave up. But neither of those things happened. Ma Hongyan took a step. Splat. A soft sound, water splashed. He stepped into the water. Why is there water? Ma Hongyan dazed. Zhao Lianyun was also dazed. They could clearly see that the moment Ma Hongyan took the last step, the water level of the reverse current river had risen a little. So, Ma Hongyan was still in reverse flow river. Why is this happening? Ma Hongyan did not believe it. Gritting his teeth, he took the second step. At this time, the same thing happened again. Reverse flow river rose a little again. He was still in the river. The immortals were in an uproar. Why was reverse flow river like this? Isn't this a little too shameless? Ha ha ha. Mao Liqiu suddenly laughed deafeningly. This is too fun. Too fun. Look at your expressions. Ha ha. This is really interesting. Ha ha ha. The immortals' expressions changed. Black Extremity combined Mao Liqiu's words. He immediately understood. Mao Liqiu already knew that Ma Hongyan could not step out of reverse flow river. That was why it was so calm and did not try to snatch him. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Flood Extremity became impatient, asking curiously, Ha ha ha, you bunch of fools. Look at yourselves. Mao Liqiu laughed until its claws slapped the ground. creating loud bangs. It was extremely happy. This is what the reverse flow river looks like. There is an upstream and a downstream, but it is impossible to forcefully walk out of the upstream from the downstream. There was no end to the reverse flow river. With every step you take in the upper reaches, it will overtake you. During the immemorial antiquity era, Ren Zhu wanted to save his eldest son. But that was fate Gu. It dictates the life and death of all living beings. How could a dead person have a second life? This goes against the great Tao of heaven and earth. Thus wisdom, Gu did not tell Ren Zhu about this mystical ability of reverse flow river. Ha ha ha, this is so fun. I didn't expect to encounter such a fun thing this time. At the end, Mao Li Qiu started laughing maniacally again. It even rolled around on the ground, holding its belly in laughter. The immortal's expressions completely changed. This was a primordial secret. This was the first time the Gu immortals present had heard of it. This means, according to the legends, wasn't wisdom Gu the one who harmed Ren Zhu? Ren Zhu failed at the final step, but the truth is, there will never be a final step, because reverse flow river itself has no end. This is a scheme. This is wisdom Gu's trap. Wait, if that is the case, wouldn't Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun be trapped in reverse flow river forever? Someone said, reminding everyone of the situation. The immortals quickly looked at reverse flow river, but this time they did not pay attention to Ma and Zhao. Instead, they looked at Fang Yuan, who was not far behind them. Fang Yuan. He did not give up. The result of his perseverance was a huge turning point. This Lu Guan, he did not get swept away. He is still persevering. He is not far from Ma and Zhao. This means, with his speed, won't he be able to catch Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun soon? Lu Guan, he has great battle strength. The battle earlier proved it. In the reverse flow river, he fought Lord Bai Chun Tian to a draw. The other Gu immortals were all eliminated. Only Fang Yuan, Ma Hongyan, and Zhao Lianyun were left. Now, even if the Gu immortals outside the river wanted to regroup and swim upstream, they did not have the time. Most importantly, they were all eliminated. Their thoughts of swimming upstream were destroyed. They could not muster up the courage to swim in reverse flow river for the time being. Oh no, the only hope now is that Lu Guan runs out of energy? Bai Chun Tian thought of this as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly reminded Ma and Zhao, walk slowly, don't be anxious as long as you keep moving forward. You can stay in reverse flow river. Bai Chun Tian had fought with Fang Yuan before. He was very clear about Fang Yuan's shocking battle strength in reverse flow river. This could be seen from his injuries after leaving reverse flow river. He had Zishan Makoto's help and was an immortal zombie. He was only a step away from death. Thus, with Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun's loyalty to Central Continent, they had to avoid interacting with Fang Yuan. They had to stall for time until Fang Yuan could not hold on anymore. This was Central Continent's only chance of victory. But Fang Yuan was still the same. He was not fast, but compared to Ma and Zhao, who were as slow as turtles, he was extremely fast. Not long after, he landed on the ground. He was less than 100 steps away from Ma and Zhao. Old Ancestor Shui, who suddenly spoke. Good, Lu Guan, capture Ma and Zhao. If you have any requests, you can tell me. You are wanted by Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe. But as long as you hand these two to me, I will be your ally. From now on, whoever dares to deal with you will be dealing with me. Wei Lingyang was shocked. He also spoke. Lu Guan, we are Central Continent's 10 great sects and members of Celestial Court. If you can protect Ma and Zhao, even if you go to Central Continent, we have ways to modify your immortal aperture and let you adapt to Central Continent's heaven and earth chi. You will become a true Central Continent Gu immortal. If you make a huge contribution, Central Continent will not mistreat you. Old Ancestor Shui, who will give you several times or even 10 times the reward. Humph. Lu Guan, even though you do not have the Huang Jin bloodline, as long as you make up for your mistakes and protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Hand them over to Longevity Heaven. My Longevity Heaven can make an exception and take you in as an external supreme elder. If you enter Longevity Heaven, you will receive unimaginable benefits. You will be a member of Northern Plains' righteous path, not a demonic path. Not only will you not be wanted, you will even be welcomed by all of Northern Plains' Huang Jin tribes. Flood Extremity also spoke. Chapter 1290. This situation was quite amusing. The three parties simultaneously tried to recruit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's position was too advantageous. If he succeeded in the river, he would have a huge advantage no matter which party he joined. But Fang Yuan did not respond. He was too tired to speak. He stood on the riverbed and straightened his body, walking forward. He knew that nothing he said would change anything. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would he have the right to negotiate with the three parties outside the river. The distance between them was shrinking bit by bit. The immortals outside the reverse flow river watched Fang Yuan's every move. People kept raising their offers. There was a strange phenomenon. No one threatened Fang Yuan. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was Lu Guan's identity on the surface. This Lu Guan had killed even Yelu Kunxing. He had outstanding strength and had taken the initiative to attack, greatly offending the Lu family. It was clear that he was vicious and lawless. Threatening such a murder would only produce the opposite of the desired result. I want to live. I want to be with Hongyun forever. Zhao Lianyun cried, wailing in her heart. She walked forward step by step with difficulty. Each step was an inch at a time. I'm here, I'm right here. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyin, I'll protect you. Ma Hongyun's face was as pale as a sheet. He held onto Zhao Lianyun's arm, his vision darkening. With every step he took, he felt a strong dizziness, making him wonder if he would collapse the next moment. Where are you two going? Fang Yuan's voice came from behind Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao Lianyun trembled and turned around. Fang Yuan's hands were already on Ma Hongyun's and Zhao Lianyun's shoulders. At this moment, Ma Hongyun raised his head and roared. He pushed Zhao Lianyun and slammed into Fang Yuan. No. But how could Fang Yuan let Ma Hongyun have his way? His failure to deal with Ying Wuxia and Zishan Makoto had already made Fang Yuan quite angry. Dealing with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and a false immortal, was naturally a piece of cake for him. After a series of moves that dazzled Ma Hongyun's eyes, the two of them were subdued by Fang Yuan with one hand each. One on each side, they were clamped under Fang Yuan's armpits, unable to move. Ma and Zhao came to their senses and naturally struggled with all their might. But at this time, Fang Yuan's extremely cold voice rang out. If you move again, I will kill the person you love the most. Immediately, Ma and Zhao froze, looking at Fang Yuan with an incomparably terrified expression. Fang Yuan's words immediately grasped the weakness of these two people. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continued forward with a captive in each hand. In this dangerous situation, at this moment, Fang Yuan forcefully found a chance of survival. He looked at the sky outside the river and said loudly to the three sides, Now we can have a good talk. Ha ha ha, kid, you are not bad. With my demeanor in the past, everything can be discussed. Old ancestor Shui, who laughed loudly. Don't be rash. Central Continent can satisfy all your conditions. Wei Ling Yang followed. Boring. Mao Liqiu curled its lips and lay on the ground, wagging its tail leisurely. Black Extremity laughed bitterly. Lu Guan, hey, what do you want? Just say it, ugh. At this time, a sudden change occurred. Ma Hongyun suddenly stopped breathing. He died. The immortals were shocked. There was dead silence. For a moment, Even Fang Yuan was stunned. I clearly didn't use any strength. No, Ma Hongyun died from exhaustion. He held Zhao Lianyun and moved forward, unrestrainedly squeezing out his essence, qi and spirit, surpassing his limits again and again. In the end, not only was his physical strength exhausted, even his spirit was exhausted. After being clamped by me, the moment his body relaxed, he instantly died. Fang Yuan quickly understood. This sudden change caught him off guard. Ma Hongyun died. The immortals gasped. Damn it. Lu Guan, you actually killed him. I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You will die a horrible death. Old Ancestor Shui, who was furious, he roared at the sky with bloodshot eyes. Once Ma Hongyun died, his fortune rivaling heaven dissipated. That was to say, only a living Ma Hongyun had huge value as an immortal material. A dead Ma Hongyun was merely a rank 5 Gu Master. This was also why Lady Wan Shou had been trying to refine Ma Hongyun alive, and not kill him first before slowly refining him. Like the Spring Dream fruit tree, Luck Path immortal materials had their own special characteristics. If it was a living Luck Path immortal material, it had to be kept alive. When refining Luck Path immortal Gu, the living refinement method was needed. Ma Hongyun. By Chun Tian, Wei Lingyang and the rest were dejected. Little Worm, you actually clamped Ma Hongyun to death. You clamped him to death. Mao Liqiu's voice was even louder than old Ancestor Shui, whose. It had a ruthless expression as it bared its sharp teeth. It was furious and its fur was bristling. It wanted to pounce on Fang Yuan and eat him alive. Ma Hongyun died just like that. Don't worry, I still have Zhao Lianyun. Fang Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart. Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears. Hongyun! Hongyun! The person she loved the most had died in front of her eyes. The unparalleled pain and sorrow were like a tsunami that swallowed her whole. But she could not scream. She could not shout. She could not make a sound. She could only scream and scream in her heart. It was not easy. She had gone through so much trouble to reach this step. She had just met Ma Hongyun not long ago, but they were separated forever. What could Zhao Lianyun do now? Her tears flowed down. The sorrow was etched into her heart. The pain was heavier than death. By 1,000 cuts, her body was shaking intensely. Oh no! Fang Yuan quickly attacked, wanting to knock Zhao Lianyun unconscious. This was to prevent Zhao Lianyun from dying from excessive sorrow. However, just as Fang Yuan's hand was about to land on Zhao Lianyun's neck, a blue light shone from Zhao Lianyun's body. Rank 9 Love Immortal Gu. At the crucial moment, it displayed its power again. This aura, Rank 9 Love. Wait, didn't they say that Gu worms cannot be used in reverse flow river? Flood Extremity shouted. Mao Liqiu rolled its eyes. Are you stupid? How can there be absolutes in this world? Reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because it is filled with wondrous Tao marks, Gu worms cannot be used. But rank 9 immortal Gu are not Tao marks. They are fragments of the great Tao. Reverse flow river's Tao marks cannot suppress them. The immortal Gu will show off. Save him, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed. He shouted in his mind. But love immortal Gu could not be controlled. The blue light brought Zhao Lianyun to the sky. He escaped from reverse flow river. Next, he went to buy Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang. He was so fast that the others could not react in time. Ma Hongyun's corpse was left behind. Fang Yuan held it tightly in his hands. Even though Ma Hongyun was dead, his soul was still in his body. But old Ancestor Shui, who had already lost interest in this corpse. If reviving Ma Hongyun had any use, Lady Wan Shou would not have to use such a difficult live refinement method. Mao Liqiu stared at Fang Yuan with hostility, baring its fangs. Fang Yuan had just grasped the opportunity, but who could have expected the situation to change? causing Fang Yuan to fall into an even more dangerous situation than before. Such an accident, it must be the work of Providence. At once, Fang Yuan realized. He fell into reverse flow river. All his immortal goo were useless. So much time had passed. Providence's arrangements showed their power. First, he was swept into reverse flow river. Then Zishan Makoto, Ing Wuxia, and finally Mahangyun and Zhaolianyun. Providence! Fang Yuan raised his head. At this moment, he was surrounded by enemies. Not only did old ancestor Shui, Hu Mao Li Qiu, and Central Continent's Gu immortals want to kill him to vent their anger. Providence was also everywhere, trying to get rid of him. The biggest variable in the world. Desperate situation, then what should I do? Fang Yuan's mouth was dry, but from start to finish, he was expressionless. He could not think of a way. Just old ancestor Shui, who alone was an opponent that Fang Yuan could not match. That huge sable was unfathomable. It had a huge origin. It was giant sun immortals' mount in the past, not to mention the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan could not think of a way. He could only continue to move in reverse flow river. He could hear the shouts and screams of the Gu immortals. Lu Guan-yi, you will not escape death today. You have done too many evil deeds. In the end, your evil deeds brought about your own destruction. You ended up in this state. Heaven is truly fair. Kill him. We need to kill him. He dared to ruin our plans. Do you know that you've killed someone you absolutely cannot touch? Today you will die for sure. Roar. The dog-tail life-extending ferret roared at the sky, creating endless sound waves. If not for reverse flow river blocking it, it would have attacked Fang Yuan already. Is there no other way? Reverse flow river will wash me away with my current methods. There is little hope of escaping. Fang Yuan was very troubled. He could only continue moving in reverse flow river. Step by step, he was already at the front. With every step he took, reverse flow river would flow forward a step. Fang Yuan was always inside the river. Reverse flow river had no end. This was a form of despair. But Fang Yuan did not care. In my life, I have experienced too much despair. Fang Yuan sighed internally. His gaze was still clear. He was still expressionless. Based on the current situation, it seems like I can only wait for the three sides to fight each other before I can take the opportunity to leave. Then I can only persevere in this river. Fang Yuan pondered. Step by step. As time passed, the Gu immortals who could not wait for Fang Yuan to be washed away started to get impatient. Is he done yet? What's the point of walking in the reverse flow river? You're going to die anyway. Come out, you coward. I will slap you to death. You have no hope left, Lu Guan-yi. Even if you die, you will still have some pride. Some of the Gu immortals snickered. Some watched coldly. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.